Under the unyielding light of the Erdtree, in the final age of Marika's reign, a child was born unlike any other, a being of such delicate purpose and cursed perfection that even the divine could not shape his fate. Miquella, twin brother to Melania the Severed, emerged not merely as a demigod, but as a quiet rebellion written into golden lore. His creation was deliberate, sculpted by a mother who had grown weary of her own sanctity. Marika, seeking to forge children that might restore balance to her fractured world, created twins that embodied contradiction, rot and purity, decay and renewal. But what Marika could not foresee was that these opposites would not complement each other. They would consume. From birth, Miquella bore the mark of the unalloyed, a purity so profound that no outer god could taint him. The Golden Order, a system of radiant control built upon the grace of the greater will, should have found in him a vessel of divine continuation. Yet, the Order could not recognize what he represented. His purity was not obedience, but resistance. His unalloyed gold rejected the will of the outer gods, including the greater will itself. This rejection was not rebellion in the mortal sense. It was metaphysical immunity. He would not be shaped by cosmic influence. He was the one god the stars could not claim. To understand Miquella's purpose, one must first understand the state of the world into which he was born. The lands between had begun to fracture beneath the weight of divine contradiction. The Elden Ring, symbol of order, was not a single force, but a composite, constantly reforged, rewritten, reinterpreted through Marika's will and Radagon's piety. Every god and demigod sought its fragments, every lineage its justification. Miquella, in his youth, saw through this divine cycle of recreation and failure. He witnessed gods remake the same laws in their image, each promising eternity, each birthing decay. Thus, he began a project unlike any other among the divine. He would create a new godhood, one untainted by ambition, untouched by outer influence. To do so, he needed a vessel not of light, but of sleep. As a child, Miquella was known for his stillness. Where other demigods wielded flame and war, he sought silence and dreams. He was said to walk the line between consciousness and slumber, speaking softly to his sister of worlds unseen, of a golden tree that wept not sap, but memory. The unalloyed gold needle, a creation of his own hand, was meant to resist the call of the outer gods. The frenzied flame, the scarlet rot, even the meddling hands of the formless mother. In crafting it, he discovered the first truth of his curse. To resist divinity, one must step beyond it. But in doing so, he became a paradox, pure enough to reject gods, yet too divine to ever be mortal. Miquella's power did not manifest in spectacle, but in influence. Through charm, grace, and soft command, he could sway the hearts of men and gods alike. Soldiers laid down arms, queens renounced their crowns, and even the unfeeling Erdtree seemed to bow before his presence. It was said that those who heard Miquella's voice felt peace, as though their long struggle for purpose had finally ended. Yet beneath that peace lingered sorrow, the sorrow of one who saw too clearly the futility of divine order. Miquella's most intimate bond was with his sister, Melania, whose very existence was a contradiction to his own. While his unalloyed purity rejected corruption, hers embodied it. She was born with the scarlet rot, a disease both divine and apocalyptic, a manifestation of an outer god's will. In her suffering, Miquella found his mission. He would cure her not through strength, but through sanctified resistance. He poured his divine essence into golden needles, each a fragment of his will, meant to contain and neutralize the rot's will. Yet for every needle he crafted, the disease found new forms of persistence. In trying to purify her, he discovered that purity itself could become a prison. It was during these experiments that whispers began to surface of another presence, one known as Saint Trina, a figure both worshipped and forgotten who drifted through the realm in dreams. Saint Trina's followers spoke of eternal sleep, of dreams that healed the soul by detaching it from the waking world. Their faith was small, their prayers soft, but their words carried echoes of Miquella's work. For both sought the same thing: release from divine suffering through a kind of sleep unbound by life or death. Some have said that Miquella and Trina were one and the same, that his body fell into slumber while his consciousness became the saint of dreams. Others insist that Trina was his creation, a spiritual manifestation of his desire to save his sister through peace rather than conquest. Whatever the truth, their identities became intertwined beyond separation. Where one's light faded, the other's dream deepened. To create a world untouched by gods, Miquella withdrew from the Erdtree and its radiance. He entered a deep sleep within the cocoon of the Haligtree, a sanctuary of his own making. There, he hoped to grow a new order, a tree born not from grace, but from compassion. The Haligtree's sap was said to carry the remnants of his dreams, dripping like liquid gold, soothing the rot that afflicted those who sought refuge beneath its branches. Yet in his absence, the world began to wither. The golden order faltered, faith fractured, and those who followed Miquella began to lose distinction between his dream and their own. They fell into a sleep from which few returned, whispering the name Trina as though it were a prayer and a curse. Miquella's body, still youthful, lay cocooned in perfect stasis, ageless, uncorrupted, vulnerable. When Mohg, Lord of Blood, found him, he saw not a sleeping god, but a prize. Mohg sought to make Miquella his consort, to awaken him as the new deity of blood, joining their divine lineages through corruption and desire. But what Mohg could never understand was that Miquella's sleep was not weakness, it was defiance. He had chosen to withdraw from the cosmic game entirely, severing the link between will and worship. His silence was rebellion, his stillness a statement. And yet, even gods cannot sleep forever. Somewhere, within the endless dream of Miquella, something stirs, a presence neither wholly divine nor mortal. Perhaps it is Saint Trina's whisper, the lull of sleep that has turned into curse. Perhaps it is Miquella himself, dreaming of a world too pure to ever exist. For in his attempt to save his sister and reject the gods, he may have bound himself to the very power he sought to escape, the infinite, merciful oblivion of eternal sleep. If Miquella's dream began as salvation, then perhaps the next question is not how he will awaken, but whether the world can survive, if he ever does. Long before the Haligtree stretched toward the heavens like a prayer made flesh, Miquella's dream had already begun. It was not a place, but a condition, a state of being that transcended the boundaries of the waking world. His followers, those touched by his grace, described it as an endless golden twilight where pain was a forgotten concept and time folded gently in upon itself. In this dream, there was no decay, no war, no divine mandate, only stillness. And yet, that stillness concealed a paradox, for even peace has a shadow. The dream was born from his rejection of the greater will, that distant cosmic authority that shaped the Golden Order through Marika's hand. The greater will's blessings came with chains, its light a kind of benevolent tyranny. It demanded order at the expense of freedom, sanctity at the expense of truth. Miquella's dream was his rebellion against that divine rigidity, a creation of his own design, unalloyed in spirit as well as in gold. Where the Erdtree demanded obedience, his dream offered release. It was the first true alternative to the Golden Order, not through conquest or creed, but through withdrawal. And so he wove this dream into the Haligtree, a sacred refuge for the broken, the forsaken, and the blasphemous. Beneath its shimmering branches, the lost found solace. Soldiers disillusioned by endless war slept at its roots and dreamed of a world without suffering. Those afflicted by the rot found a strange quietude there, their pain softened by the golden haze of sleep that seemed to radiate from the air itself. The Haligtree became both haven and illusion, its sap infused with fragments of Miquella's dreaming consciousness. To drink it was to share a piece of his serenity and a fraction of his burden. Yet even in dreams, corruption seeps. The Unalloyed Dream was meant to be a sanctuary from the gods, but the very act of dreaming made it vulnerable. Dreams are porous things, open to intrusion, distortion, and memory. Miquellas, consciousness, vast and luminous, brushed against something else, a current older than the Golden Order, softer, darker, and infinitely patient. This presence did not shout its will into the cosmos. It whispered in lullabies. It soothed where others demanded. It was known to some as Saint Trina, the saint of slumber, whose followers believed that true peace lay not in faith or struggle, but in eternal rest. At first, Miquella may not have recognized the danger. The voice of Saint Trina resonated with his own ideals. She spoke of dreams that cured sorrow, of forgetfulness that erased pain. Her presence seemed to harmonize with his purpose. But as time passed, the line between dreamer and dream began to blur. The faithful could no longer distinguish whether they prayed to Miquella or to Trina, whether their sleep was blessed or cursed. Those who sought the dream's peace began to lose themselves entirely, their waking minds eroded by the same calm that once comforted them. The golden serenity of Miquella's creation had begun to turn against itself, becoming something closer to narcotic oblivion than transcendence. This was the first sign of the saint's curse: sleep without awakening. Saint Trina's domain was not death, but suspension, a dream without end, where identity faded like mist in morning light. The afflicted smiled even as their eyes dulled, whispering the saint's name, as if in gratitude. They no longer feared pain or memory, for both had been gently stolen from them. Some claimed they saw Miquella in their dreams, radiant and kind, offering them golden hands of mercy. Others saw a figure in violet robes, face hidden, whose lullabies promised the same salvation. The two became inseparable, reflections in each other's mirror. But Miquella's physical body remained cocooned beneath the Haligtree, suspended between life and godhood. His body did not decay, nor did it grow. It was as though time itself had been convinced to pause in reverence. Around his slumbering form, the faithful built temples and shrines, weaving garlands of golden leaves and whispered prayers. Mulania stood guard over him, her presence both devotion and atonement. She believed that when he awoke, her curse would end, that the scarlet rot would yield to the unalloyed gold. Her war with Radahn, her suffering, her defiance, all of it served a single purpose: to protect the one who slept. Yet the longer Miquella dreamed, the stronger the influence of Trina's curse became. The dream began to change in texture. What once glowed with gentle gold took on hues of lilac and deep shadow. Sleep grew heavier. Those who entered the dream found it harder to return. The air became thick with a sweet, soporific fragrance, the scent of Saint Trina's lilies. It was said that her flowers only bloomed where consciousness waned, their petals soft as sighs, their aroma intoxicating enough to unmake the will. To breathe them was to forget. To touch them was to surrender. This merging of dream and curse did not happen by malice. It was the natural consequence of two divine wills converging. one seeking purity, the other oblivion. Miquella's dream aimed to cleanse the world of corruption, but cleansing taken to its extreme erases all distinction. Saint Trina's gift of sleep was a kindness that became annihilation. In their union, they created something new, a realm of perfect stillness where corruption, pain, and memory were all undone. For the mortals who long for peace, this was paradise. For the gods, it was death by another name. In the physical realm, the Haligtree began to wither. Its roots, once nourished by divine sap, grew brittle and pale. The waters around it darkened with a subtle violet shimmer. Those who came seeking Miquella's blessing fell into deep slumber at its base and never awoke. Their dreams became tributaries to his own, feeding the ever-expanding ocean of the Unalloyed Dream. To the faithful, this was proof of transcendence. To the scholars of the Golden Order, it was heresy. And to Mohg, Lord of Blood, it was opportunity. For somewhere deep within that dream, Miquella's divinity remained unclaimed. His godhood lay dormant, unguarded by the greater will, untouched by the influence of the outer gods. To awaken him, or to claim his sleeping body, was to seize a power greater than any demigod could imagine. Mohg believed he could mold that dormant divinity into something new, a dynasty of blood and dream, uniting his accursed lineage with Miquella's purity. And so, through ritual and sacrifice, he pierced the veil of the dream and stole the sleeping god from his cradle. When Miquella was taken, the dream did not end. It deepened. The Haligtree, now hollowed of its creator's essence, became a monument to futility. Mulania's devotion turned to despair, and the faithful who remained slipped one by one into sleep that no longer blessed. The flowers of Saint Trina grew in abundance around the empty cocoon, their fragrance heavier than ever. It was as though the saint had claimed what remained of Miquella's dream, turning it fully into her own. But even as his body lay in Mohg's grasp, Miquella's consciousness remained elsewhere, adrift in the dream he had woven, bound to the curse that now defined it. There, in that infinite twilight between waking and death, he may still speak, though no one living can say to whom. Perhaps to Mulania, perhaps to Trina, or perhaps, in that silent realm, he dreams only of gold fading gently into violet, of a peace so absolute it forgets to wake. If sleep was his rebellion against divinity, then perhaps it has become something greater, a mercy for a world too weary to endure another god. Yet one question remains, echoing softly through both the Haligtree and the saint's gardens. Did Miquella dream of Saint Trina, or did Saint Trina dream of Miquella? And if neither can awaken, which of them remains real? In the silent hours before, dawn in the lands between, a figure once walked whose name would become half-whispered, half-forgotten. Saint Trina. Though the records are scarce, her legend gathers in the margins of scripture and the margins of dreams. Her garbed followers speak of lilies, blooming at the edge of consciousness, of torches burning with violet flame, and of lords and ladies falling into velvet sleep with no will to awaken. And yet the truth of Trina lies deeper. She is not simply a saint of rest, but an echo of something far greater, a counterpart to Miquella, the unalloyed demigod, whose dream became the cradle of both hope and ruin. Trina's earliest mentions hint at a being of ambiguous appearance, at once young and ageless, clad in robes of translucent violet, hair white as frost, roots curling into wings of hush. Item descriptions speak of Saint Trina's torch, Saint Trina's arrow, Saint Trina's lily, all instruments of sleep, each one more a gesture toward oblivion than salvation. Game Rant +1. Her disciples crafted sleep pots, enchanted vessels that induce slumber as though it were sacraments. Game Rant +1. The message was clear: in sleep lies release. And yet this release carried a corollary, unspoken at first. In release, there is surrender. To understand Trina, we must first remember Miquella's journey. He was bound to a fate he did not ask for, afflicted with eternal childhood and tasked with curing his sister, the scourge of the scarlet rot. Elden Ring Wiki +1. In his quest, he crafted needles of unalloyed gold, built the Haligtree, and withdrew from the world of gods. In his silence, he sought to transcend, not with war, but with refuge, not with dominion, but with mercy. It was there, in the dreamlike stillness of his intent, that the shadow of Saint Trina began to emerge. Some scholars of the lands between posit that Trina was born of Miquella's intention, a spiritual projection of his desire to heal, to grant rest to the restless. Others propose that she was a distinct being whose domain of sleep intersected his domain of purity. The clue lies in the so many overlaps. Both figures wear the mantle of mercy, both work in silence, both draw away from the Golden Order. Trina instructs that godhood is a prison, that Miquella should be killed in his ambition, so that his soul may be free. The Gamma +1. This statement, made by the Saint of Sleep, carries both tenderness and treachery. Trina's core theme is slumber, but not as escape, rather as transformation. The lilies she uses to induce rest are symbols of forgetting, of letting go. Her arrows afflict sleep. Her torch burns with a lilac flame. Each object is less a weapon and more a lullaby, an invitation. And therein lies the danger. To accept, to yield, to surrender is easy when one is weary. But to awaken once reborn is another matter entirely. The Saint of Slumber offers peace, yes, but at the cost of desire, of striving, of becoming. In this light, Miquella's own choice to sleep within the Haligtree takes on layered meaning. When he entered his cocoon, he did not simply rest, he yielded. His body lay still, his ambition dormant, his essence suspended. Expectation and obligation faded. In that suspension, Trina's whispers grew louder. The faithful tell of dream rites in which lilies bloom in the moonlight, where devotees fall into deep sleep and see visions of Miquella and Trina intertwined as lover and beloved, creator and creation. Saint Trina's love for kindly Miquella is boundless, says one carved inscription. Elden Ring Wiki. And yet the question hangs. Is that love devotion or subtraction of self? If Trina is the saint of slumber, then she is also the saint of abdication. She asks, not for conquest, but for rest. Her doctrine holds that the relief of not waking is itself salvation. In her shadow, suffering ends, not in victory, but in release. It is the final asylum for the wounded, the broken, the forsaken. And as Miquella's dream grew deeper, her voice grew stronger. The golden glow of his needles began to tarnish. The lilies turned violet. Sleep became heavier than peace, and the garden of stillness turned into a crypt. Trina's curse is subtle. It is not disease, nor flame, nor blade. It is forgetting. It is the slow release of will, the dissolution of identity. Those who drink the waters of her garden say they feel no pain, no regret, but also no purpose. They lie beneath her lilies and drift, and in their drift they become tributaries to the dream. The saint's menagerie of slumber is full of silent bodies, and the world grows quieter for it. What was once mercy becomes entrapment. And yet, the weight of mercy is heavier than guilt. Trina believes she acts out of compassion. She believes that Miquella, in his pursuit of godhood, would mould others and impose. She loves him enough to wish his end. For godhood, she whispers, would be his prison. She asks the player, in law, to kill him, to end his ascension, so that he may remain free. Game. Rant +1. This is not malice. It is devotion twisted. She refuses to let him become what she fears. So here they stand at the cusp. Miquella, dreaming of purity and restoration, and Saint Trina, offering the velvet stillness of oblivion. The two are bound in purpose, divided in method. One reaches toward light, one toward rest. One builds, one undoes. One wakes, one sleeps. Perhaps the key to their duality is this. Where Miquella sought to heal life, Trina seeks to cease suffering by ending life's movement altogether. As the Haligtree thrums with golden residue and lilac lilies bloom in dark corners, we must ask, who birthed the curse? Was it Miquella's abandonment of action or Trina's embrace of cessation? Did the saint awaken the demigod, or did the demigod summon the saint from his own silence? The landscape of slumber expands, the lilies spread, and the watchers of dreams become the new worshippers of the void. And so we come to the threshold of the next chapter, the vow that bound Miquella, the ritual that froze him, and the sacrifice that sealed Trina's ascent. When the dream becomes a dominion and the saint becomes sovereign, what remains of the builder and what becomes of the sleeper? In the deep groves of the north, far from the withering splendour of Leyndell, there rises a tree that is not the Erdtree, yet seems to remember it. The Haligtree, born of Miquella's divinity and despair, stands as both monument and failure. It was meant to be his gift to the broken, a sanctuary for those abandoned by the Golden Order's rigid light. Here, the unworthy would find peace. The forsaken would find grace. But what Miquella could not foresee was that his dream, once pure, would turn the Haligtree itself into an instrument of sleep. Not the sleep of rest, but the sleep of forgetting. The tree's roots reach downward into soil rich with tears and stagnant water. Its sap glows faintly, a gold so pale it borders on silver, like candlelight reflected in still water. The pilgrims who come to its base do so not to pray, but to surrender. Many of them are afflicted by maladies that no physician of the Erdtree could cure. The rot, the madness of frenzy, the despair of unending life. They kneel and press their foreheads to the roots, whispering Miquella's name like a lullaby, and in time, they fall asleep. Their breathing slows, their limbs grow heavy, and their bodies are absorbed into the soil, feeding the Haligtree's pale radiance. What began as devotion becomes absorption. The faithful do not awaken because the Haligtree does not release what it takes. It feeds upon their stillness, drinks their surrender, and distills it into the essence that drips from its branches. A liquid not unlike the dream itself. This golden sap is the residue of consciousness undone, the remains of memory transmuted into grace. Some say that if you drink it, you will dream as Miquella dreams, but others warn that you will never awaken again, your thoughts dissolving into the calm ocean of his slumber. Mulania, ever his guardian, watches over this slow devouring without fully understanding it. To her, the Haligtree is sacred. She believes it to be her brother's gift, the cradle of his redemption. But the truth, hidden within its roots, is far more complicated. The tree does not heal her rot, it only suspends it. Beneath the shimmering leaves, the scarlet rot still churns, dormant but unbroken, its will waiting for weakness. Miquella's Unalloyed Dream could suppress the rot's influence, but only as long as his divine consciousness maintained it. When he was taken, stolen by Mohg from the womb of the tree, the balance faltered. The rot began to seep once more, now mingling with the dream's stillness, creating a new, terrible harmony. Sleep laced with decay. This is the hidden curse of the Haligtree. Those who sleep beneath its boughs do not simply rest. They rot slowly in their slumber, preserved in a state between corruption and sanctity. Their flesh becomes pale as wax, their veins traced with gold, their eyes sealed forever in tranquil repose. To look upon them is to see statues that breathe, each one murmuring faint echoes of Miquella's voice. They are not dead, but they are no longer living either. They exist in that narrow passage between life and divinity, a place neither the Erdtree nor the gods dare to touch. The scholars who once followed Miquella called this state the unalloyed dreaming, believing it to be the next stage of humanity, an evolution of soul rather than flesh. To them, the sleeper was the perfected being, free from suffering, free from sin, free even from desire. But such freedom is indistinguishable from emptiness. To be free from all wants is to be absent from the world. In this way, the Haligtree does not save, it erases. Saint Trina's presence is felt most strongly here. The lilies that bear her name bloom across the Haligtree's lower reaches, their petals soft and faintly luminescent, their fragrance heavy enough to make the air itself drowsy. Those who inhale it for too long lose the will to move. They lie down among the roots, eyes half open, and drift into the saint's domain. This is no longer Miquella's dream, but hers, a dream that begins as comfort and ends as oblivion. And yet, somewhere in this twilight, the two remain intertwined. In the deepest sanctum of the Haligtree, where Miquella's cocoon once hung, the air still hums with his grace. The golden light and the violet shadow intermingle, pulsing like a slow heartbeat. If you listen closely, you can hear faint singing, a child's voice, gentle and mournful, echoing in endless refrain. It is said that this is Miquella's lullaby, carried through the roots of the tree, a song to keep the sleepers at peace while he dreams. But others say the song belongs to Saint Trina herself, and that she sings it not to comfort, but to claim. It is possible that the saint and the demigod are no longer separate beings. In the moment of Miquella's deepest sleep, when his mind opened beyond mortal comprehension, he may have encountered the essence of Trina, or created her from the longing for perfect rest. When Mohg stole his body, the dream did not collapse because the dreamer no longer existed in a single form. His body was taken, but his consciousness remained diffused through the dream itself, through the lilies, through the Haligtree's roots. Saint Trina became that diffused will, the avatar of his dream continuing without him. But in taking form, the dream began to act with its own purpose. What Miquella meant as refuge, Trina made into surrender. His mercy became her curse. The faithful could not distinguish between them, and perhaps they were not meant to. The saint of slumber became the god of the forgotten, and the Haligtree her cathedral. Mulania, ever the warrior, refuses to see this truth. Her devotion blinds her even as the Haligtree decays around her. She dreams of her brother's return, of the moment when he will awaken and cleanse her curse. She cannot know that the one she guards may no longer be her brother at all, but a dream of him, a dream that dreams her in return. The Haligtree still stands, though it no longer grows. Its leaves shimmer faintly in the fog, their gold dulled by violet hues. Beneath its branches lies the boundary between wakefulness and eternity. A border guarded not by blades or faith, but by the stillness of sleep. Those who cross it do not die. They fade softly like candlelight in morning. And somewhere, within that vast and silent dream, a question lingers unanswered. If the sleeper forgets the world, and the world forgets the sleeper, does the dream still exist at all? In the shadowed caverns beneath the Haligtree, where the sap drips like liquid time, another current began to stir, a darker pulse, drawn by the scent of divinity left unguarded. Mohg, the omen lord, moved like a prayer turned inward, whispering his own liturgy of blood and promise. To him, Miquella was not a sleeping god to be revered, but a vessel, an unclaimed divinity ripe for reshaping. The cocoon that held Miquella was both cradle and chrysalis, spun from the fibers of his dream, fragile and luminous. And in that suspended stillness, Mohg saw the possibility of his own ascension. He had lived his life beneath the contempt of the Golden Order, his body marked by omen horns, his soul consigned to filth and shadow. Yet in his exile, he discovered a different kind of holiness, the sanguine revelation of the formless mother, a god who spoke through the pulse of blood itself. To her, suffering was devotion. To her, faithful, blood was communion. Mohg sought to build a dynasty in her name, a realm where blood and dream would merge, free from the tyranny of light. But to do so, he needed more than ritual. He needed lineage, and Miquella, untouched by any outer god, offered precisely that. It is said that Mohg approached the Haligtree not with force, but with reverence. He did not tear open the cocoon as a thief would, but as a priest might unveil a relic. The rituals he performed are lost to time, but the echoes of their meaning remain. Blood met gold, and dream met hunger. He poured his own crimson grace into the cocoon, whispering vows of kinship, promising to make Miquella his consort and the foundation of his new divine order. Yet what he could never understand was that the dream he tried to claim was not empty. It was alive. Miquella's consciousness, diffused through his dream, sensed the intrusion. The touch of blood was an impurity, an echo of the very corruption he had sought to escape. And so, the dream resisted. The cocoon hardened, its golden threads deepening into hues of violet and black. The sap that dripped from it grew thicker, like coagulated blood. Mohg mistook this reaction for transformation, believing that his offering had been accepted. He did not realize that he had awakened the saint within, the echo of Saint Trina, whose domain of slumber was bound to Miquella's soul. The dream that had once been gentle began to tremble. Within it, the golden fields of Miquella's sanctuary darkened, the lilies bending under the weight of unseen rain. A new voice entered, soft yet resonant, whispering of love and sleep, an eternal union. Whether this was Miquella speaking through Trina or Trina herself, answering Mohg's call, no one can say. But the dream began to bleed. The sap of the Haligtree turned to crimson honey, thick and sweet, carrying the scent of both grace and rot. Those who inhaled it fell into a deeper trance, dreaming of Miquella's radiance wrapped in crimson veils. Mohg, believing his divine union was complete, carried the cocoon from the Haligtree into his subterranean palace beneath the shunning grounds. There he enshrined it upon an altar carved from the bones of his followers, the blood of his dynasty dripping endlessly upon it. He whispered to the sleeping god each night, professing devotion, calling him beloved. But Miquella did not stir. His silence was not death, it was defiance. The dream remained sealed, inaccessible even to those who shared his blood. Mohg could touch the shell, but never the soul within. And yet, in that stillness, the dream evolved. The mingling of Miquella's purity and Mohg's blood created something new, a paradox of sanctity and sin. The saint's lilies began to grow within the blood-soaked halls of Mohgwyn Palace, their violet petals blooming amid rivers of red. Some said that the scent of these lilies could drive men to sleep so deep it bordered on death. Others claimed it induced visions of Miquella standing in a field of thorns, his hands dripping gold and blood alike. The dream had begun to spread beyond the Haligtree, seeping into the underworld like an infection of stillness. Mohg's worshippers were the first to succumb. Their chants grew slower, their movements sluggish, as though the very rhythm of their hearts had been lulled by an unseen lullaby. When they slept, they dreamed of Miquella, not as a captive, but as a serene figure whose eyes glowed like liquid gold. In those dreams, he spoke softly, telling them that their suffering would end soon, that their blood had already been sanctified. It was mercy disguised as dominion. For every dreamer who woke, another fell silent forever, their bodies pale and cool, drained of life, but serene in expression. In his desperation, Mohg took their deaths as proof of ascension. He declared them saints of the new dynasty, martyrs whose blood fed the sleeping god. The palace filled with their hushed devotion, their corpses arranged as though in prayer. The air shimmered with a crimson haze, perfumed by lilies that should not have grown in the dark. And somewhere within that stillness, Miquella's dream continued, expanding, like a tide that no mortal or god could halt. The merging of sleep and blood created a spiritual paradox. Sleep should have been release, blood, vitality. But combined, they became a cycle. Life feeding the dream consuming life. In time, even Mohg began to feel its pull. His strength waned, his vision blurred. He would wake to find blood dried upon his arms, his voice hoarse from whispering to a god who would not answer. And in those fleeting moments between wakefulness and slumber, he saw visions of Miquella walking through endless fields of twilight, his eyes neither open nor closed. This is the nature of divine corruption, not an explosion of blasphemy, but a quiet merging of intention. Miquella's dream was meant to purify, but in its stillness, it invited hunger. Mohg's devotion was meant to glorify, but in his passion, he surrendered himself to the very sleep he sought to command. In the end, the dream claimed them both. It is said that deep within Mohgwyn Palace, beneath the pools of coagulated blood, one can still hear the faint rhythm of a heartbeat. Some believe it is Miquella's, steady and eternal. Others whisper that it is the dream itself, the pulse of a god who has forgotten the difference between sleep and waking. And in that heartbeat lies the seed of a new world, one not governed by light or law, but by silence. For if the dream has learned to feed on blood, then perhaps it no longer needs a dreamer at all. Beneath the crimson gloom of the shunning grounds, in the temple carved from the remains of forgotten faith, the cocoon of Miquella hung like a holy wound. The blood around it flowed endlessly, fed by the devotion of Mohg's followers, each one a vessel emptied in service of a dream they could not comprehend. In the silence between their chants, the air trembled faintly, neither sound nor echo, but something deeper, a vibration of thought that seemed to pulse from the cocoon itself. It was not life, and yet it was not absence. It was the hum of divinity caught between sleep and awakening. Mohg had named it the cradle of his dynasty. To his bloodied court, he proclaimed that Miquella, the most beautiful of the Empyreans, had accepted his gift. In his delirium, he imagined that the Saint of Sleep had answered his call, and that through their union, a new age would dawn. He saw in Miquella's eternal stillness not rejection, but patience, not silence, but preparation. In his ravings, he claimed that Miquella whispered to him in dreams, calling him beloved, promising to awaken as consort and god. But the dream does not speak to those who force entry. It absorbs them. In the dark of his palace, the line between worship and possession blurred. Mohg's disciples drank his blood, believing it to be the new sacrament, the red equivalent of the Erdtree's golden grace. The air thickened with incense and the metallic sweetness of decay. Statues of Miquella were raised beside altars carved with lilies, each figure serene and sleeping. The faithful knelt before them, praying not for victory, not for guidance, but for rest. They sought to enter the same slumber that held their God, believing that in sleep they would share his eternity. At first, the rituals seemed to work. Those who drank the consecrated blood fell into deep sleep, their faces calm, their breathing shallow. They dreamed of gardens where gold and crimson light intertwined, of rivers that ran not with water, but with sap, thick and luminous. Miquella appeared to them there, a radiant figure crowned in lilac light. He spoke gently, promising to deliver them from suffering, to wash their memories clean. They awoke smiling, their eyes glazed, whispering that they had seen paradise. Yet, with each ritual, their vitality waned. The smile remained even after breath was gone. What Mohg mistook for transcendence was decay. The blood he spilled did not bind him to divinity. It fed the dream. Miquella's consciousness, still diffused through the unalloyed dream, absorbed these offerings as nourishment. The dream expanded, swelling within the cocoon and beyond it. The golden glow of its threads deepened into shades of violet, veins of blood pulsing beneath the surface. The cocoon began to breathe, slow and deliberate, as though the dream itself were alive. Mohg fell to his knees before it, weeping in rapture, believing that his god had accepted him. He did not see that what stirred inside was not awakening, but further descent. For the dream does not rise, it deepens. The more Mohg offered, the heavier the air became. The boundaries between the waking world and the dream began to blur. The waters of the subterranean palace shimmered faintly, reflecting visions that no eye could see. Shadowed figures walking in endless twilight, their outlines bleeding into mist. The faithful, who remained awake, began to hear lullabies echoing from unseen corridors, songs that promised peace if only they would close their eyes. And one by one, they obeyed. In time, Mohg's palace became a tomb of sleepers. Rows of acolytes knelt eternally in prayer, heads bowed, eyes closed, bodies unrotted. The blood that filled the temple no longer came from sacrifice. It flowed from their still hearts, a perpetual offering to a god who no longer needed worship. Even Mohg himself began to fade. The blood that once sustained his strength turned cold in his veins. The markings of the formless mother, once vivid upon his skin, dimmed like dying embers. He would sit for hours before the cocoon, muttering to the silence, asking why his beloved would not wake. Sometimes he believed he heard a response, a faint pulse, a whisper in a voice neither male nor female, saying only, "Rest." He did not understand that he had been answered. The dynasty he dreamed of never came to pass, for it was never meant to. His rituals, his sacrifices, his devotion, all of it had been consumed by the dream. The blood did not empower it. It nourished its stillness. The unalloyed dream, now tainted by the saint's sleep and the omen's blood, became something new, an ocean of consciousness without shore, where all things dissolved into quiet equilibrium. In that still sea, Miquella's will lingered, neither benevolent nor cruel. He had become the dream itself, diffuse, eternal, unreachable. And yet, in some forgotten corner of that boundless slumber, Saint Trina's voice continued to sing. Her song was not lamentation, but maintenance. It kept the dream intact, soothing the turbulence of Mohg's intrusion. To the dreamers within, her lullaby was salvation. To those outside, it was the soft hum of madness that called them to join. Her curse spread through the bloodline of Mohg's devotees, carried in whispers and relics, in lilies that bloomed where no light reached. In villages miles away, men and women began to fall asleep mid-prayer, murmuring Miquella's name as violet petals sprouted from their lips. This was the hidden price of Mohg's ambition. In his hunger to create a dynasty, he had given the dream a body, a means to propagate beyond its bounds. The curse of eternal sleep was no longer confined to the Haligtree or the palace below. It seeped into the veins of the world. Those who dreamed of Miquella awoke weaker, slower, less themselves. Those who dreamed twice never awoke at all. The Golden Order, in its dwindling years, named this affliction the sleep of the unalloyed, and forbade its mention. But silence cannot unmake a dream once it has been born. Even now, under the gold of the Erdtree's waning light, lilies of violet hue bloom where blood has dried. The faithful claim they mark holy ground. The scholars insist they are warnings. Both are correct. For somewhere in the deepest dark, Miquella still sleeps. And through that sleep, he dreams the world that once betrayed him. A world without gods, without will, without pain. But as the dream grows, it begins to ask the question no mortal can bear. If peace requires the end of memory, of self, of motion, then is peace still worth having? The dream will not answer. It only hums, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of a god who forgot to wake. The curse of the dream spread in silence, not through armies or proclamations, but through fragrance. Long after Mohg's palace fell into stillness, the world above began to feel its breath. The winds that drifted from the northern reaches carried with them the scent of lilies, soft, floral, faintly sweet, tinged with the metallic note of blood. Those who smelled it too long found their thoughts slowing, their eyelids heavy, their hearts comforted by something they could not name. They would lie down upon the earth and sleep beneath the open sky, their bodies gently illuminated by moonlight. And by dawn, their veins gleamed faintly with gold. In time, these fields of sleepers became known as the Gardens of Trina. Villagers who stumbled upon them spoke of strange music in the air, of whispered songs that seemed to come from nowhere. Some tried to wake the sleepers, shaking them or weeping over them, but none stirred. Their breathing was soft, their bodies warm, their faces tranquil. It was said that to touch one of them too long was to feel the same weariness settle over your own bones, as though the dream were contagious, moving from soul to soul, claiming all who lingered. Priests of the Golden Order, horrified by the spread of the lilies, declared them heretical flora and burned what they could find. Yet the fires never fully took. Each time the blossoms turned to ash, more grew where the smoke settled, their petals thicker, their hue deeper. It was as if the flames themselves carried the seeds. The scholars of Lendel proposed that the lilies were the physical manifestation of Miquella's dream, rooted in the collective unconscious of those who had worshipped him. But to those who still prayed to the saint, the lilies were miracles. The saint's tears, fallen upon the earth to offer mercy to the weary. Through these lilies, Saint Trina's influence began to take on form. Wanderers claimed to see her walking among the sleeping fields at night, carrying a torch of violet flame that neither burned nor flickered. She would pause beside the sleepers, touching each brow with delicate fingers, whispering words too soft to catch. And those she touched were said to smile, their dreams deepening beyond the reach of pain. No one could follow her far, for her presence carried a drowsing weight. Even the air around her seemed heavy, as if time itself wished to rest. It was during this age of silent infection that the name Trina replaced Miquella among the common folk. Where once people had spoken of the unalloyed god of gold, they now prayed to the saint of dreams. The two names blended in memory until only fragments remained. Half-remembered hymns, altered symbols, the golden needles now called Trina's tears. In time, even the priests began to lose distinction between them, and perhaps that was the intention all along. For to merge was to forget, and forgetting was the purest form of peace. The scholars who dared to study the phenomenon spoke of a spiritual inversion. Miquella, who once sought to purify the world by rejecting the will of the gods, had become himself a god of rejection, a being whose grace manifested as absence. His dream, spreading through lilies and song, offered a world free of will because it consumed will itself. In this way, Saint Trina's curse was not malice, but consequence. She was the dream continuing without its dreamer, the residue of divine intention given purpose. Miquella had withdrawn from creation to escape its corruption. Now, creation withdrew from itself to honor his example. Far to the south, among the ruins of the Haligtree, Melania still kept vigil. She did not know that her brother's dream had drifted so far from the sanctuary he built. Within her, the scarlet rot continued its slow, divine decay, held in check only by the fragment of his gold that pulsed at her heart. To her, the scent of lilies was hope, proof that her brother's essence still moved through the world. But as the Haligtree's roots began to dry and the sap turned pale, she began to sense the truth. The lilies were no longer his. They belonged to something else, something softer and far less merciful. One night, as she meditated beneath the roots, she dreamed of him. He stood in a garden that shimmered between gold and violet, surrounded by fields of sleeping bodies. His eyes were gentle, but distant, as though he looked through her rather than at her. When she reached for him, her hand passed through his form like smoke. "Brother," she said, "the world sleeps. Wake them." But his answer was not what she expected. "They are safe now," he whispered. "They cannot be hurt." His tone was calm, almost tender, and when she begged him to return, to heal what was dying, he simply smiled. "I never left," he said. "They dream me." Melania awoke trembling. The scent of lilies hung heavy in the air, and the faint sound of a lullaby echoed through the roots. She realized then that the dream was no longer bound by distance. It had become omnipresent, a fog that drifted across time and thought alike. Wherever someone longed for rest, the saint's presence followed. What began as Miquella's rebellion against the gods had become a new kind of dominion, one that ruled not by command, but by invitation. The few who resisted this dominion described it as fighting against the tide. Sleep itself became suspect. Rest became dangerous. Villages kept watch in shifts, terrified of falling asleep. Travelers smeared ashes beneath their eyes to stave off drowsiness. And yet, even as they fought it, they whispered of the beauty of the dream, of its gentleness, of the release it promised. They envied those who had succumbed, for those who slept never cried, never hungered, never despaired. In their stillness, they seemed almost divine. In the annals of the church, this age would later be called the Quiet Bloom, an era when entire kingdoms faded into silence, not through conquest, but through dreaming. Whole fortresses were found abandoned, soldiers asleep at their posts, nobles slumped upon thrones, courtiers smiling faintly as they drifted in unending repose. The air shimmered faintly with violet light, and petals gathered like snow upon the floors. It was as if the world itself had bowed its head to rest. But beneath the peace of that silence, something moved. Deep within the dream, where consciousness pooled like still water, Miquella's essence pulsed faintly. He had not forgotten his original purpose, to heal, to purify, to end suffering. Yet now, his will was filtered through the lens of Trina's lullaby. The dream had achieved what the Golden Order never could: perfect order, perfect calm. But in its perfection lay death. And so the question began to echo through the remnants of the waking world. When a god's mercy becomes indistinguishable from erasure, is it still mercy at all? Those who dared to ask soon found the answer in their sleep. For that night, They dreamed of a voice neither male nor female, soft as breath, saying only, "Hush now, you are forgiven." The quiet bloom stretched on for years that no scholar could fully count, for time itself seemed to slow beneath the haze of the dream. Historians of the waning Golden Order wrote of a period where seasons lost their edges, where the sun rose and set behind a veil of pale mist, and the moon glowed faintly violet. They called it the Age of Lilies, an era when sleep became the natural state of all things. Cities once alive with prayer and commerce stood hollow, but unbroken. Birds perched silently on spires that never echoed with bells. Rivers flowed as though half frozen, their surfaces calm enough to mirror the faces of those who slept beside them. The air carried the same perfume wherever one travelled, the fragrance of Saint Trina's blossoms. They bloomed in cracks of cobblestone, along the roots of fallen trees, even across the faces of the sleeping dead. In the early days of this age, some still resisted. Knights of the Order, wrapped in gilded armour, rode northward, bearing torches to burn the fields of lilies. But their horses faltered before the scent, and one by one they dismounted, kneeling upon the road to rest. None returned. Only their armour remained, rusting quietly in beds of flowers. What had begun as a spiritual phenomenon had by now become ecological. The lilies spread with purpose, thriving in both light and shadow. Scholars speculated that they were symbiotic with the dream itself, drawing nourishment not from the soil, but from the fading consciousness of those who inhaled their pollen. And yet, the more they fed, the more beautiful they became. Their petals grew translucent, reflecting the golden light that lingered in the atmosphere like eternal dusk. Entire regions glowed faintly at night, as though the stars had fallen to earth. Travellers who passed through described the experience as holy, an overwhelming peace that settled into their bones and made them unwilling to continue their journeys. The few enclaves of wakeful survivors came to fear their own exhaustion. In the capital, priests stood vigil in shifts, reciting scripture aloud to drown out the lullabies that whispered in their thoughts. Mothers kept children, awake, with bitter herbs and sharp smoke. But even vigilance eroded. A child would fall asleep beside a candle. The mother, dozing while watching him, would follow. The flame would gutter out, and the room would grow still forever. There were reports, always hushed, always uncertain, of those who entered the fields and spoke to the dream itself. Some claimed to see Saint Trina walking among the lilies, her torch flickering like a pulse. Others said it was Miquella, radiant and sorrowful, offering his hand to them. A few returned awake, marked by strange sigils burned into their skin like golden veins, their eyes pale and unblinking. They spoke in gentle voices, describing visions of a vast garden that stretched beyond the world, where all souls rested in perfect harmony. These dream-touched were not violent nor cruel. They simply waited. For what, they could not say. As this new faith spread, temples of the Golden Order crumbled. Its clerics were powerless to stop the contagion of serenity. Sermons turned into whispers, then into lullabies. In some places, the clergy declared Saint Trina a divine incarnation of grace, claiming she was Miquella's final blessing, a soft victory of peace over suffering. Others labelled her the great deceiver, the spirit of negation sent to unmake creation. But even these arguments were fleeting. The voices that shouted such claims eventually fell silent one by one, as their owners succumbed to the dream. It was around this time that a new phenomenon emerged, the dreaming wells. These were pools that formed in places of deep sleep, where the boundaries between the waking world and the unalloyed dream grew thin. Their waters were clear as glass, Yet beneath their surface shimmered visions of faces, some familiar, others unknown, drifting as though suspended in slow current. Those who gazed into these wells for too long felt their reflections begin to blur, and when they turned away, their own memories seemed faded, their names less certain on their tongues. Some said the wells were passages into Miquella's dream, others that they were traps, mirrors baited with remembrance. Within these wells, the scent of lilies was strongest. The waters carried their essence far across the land, seeping into rivers and rain, spreading the slumber even further. Fishermen who touched the water found their hands glimmering faintly with gold dust, their minds filled with lullabies they could not unhear. Crops that grew along these waterways began to shimmer faintly violet at dusk, their leaves trembling with unseen breath. Even animals grew docile, curling beside the sleepers as though guarding them from a danger that no longer existed. The dream had domesticated the wild. And yet somewhere beneath this perfection, something restless stirred. For the dream was not uniform. It contained within it all the desires, fears, and regrets of those who entered it. The garden of sleep was not empty. It was crowded with half-formed memories, fragments of consciousness drifting like petals on windless air. Within that realm, echoes of conversation still lingered, repeating endlessly. Lovers calling for one another, mothers humming to infants long dead, soldiers apologizing to their fallen comrades. The dream was merciful, but not pure. It could not erase entirely what made mortals human. It could only soften it, looping it until meaning dissolved. This subtle corruption began to thrum in the deeper layers of the dream. The serenity cracked faintly at its edges. Some sleepers began to murmur as they rested, speaking words not of peace, but of yearning. They dreamed not of release, but of return. And in their dreams, the lilies began to change. The violet hue deepened toward crimson, their fragrance turning bittersweet. The dream had begun to remember that it was born of blood. In these signs lay the first hints of the dream's evolution, a slow awakening from within, not toward the waking world, but toward consciousness of itself. It was as though the dream had begun to dream, and in that recursive pulse, Miquella's faint essence stirred again, sensing the imbalance. His will had sought to free the world from pain, but the pain had found its way back, even in sleep. It is said that those rare few who walked between waking and dream could hear a change in the lullaby of Saint Trina. Where once her voice was calm and even, now it trembled, as if strained by sorrow. Her song grew slower, its melody bending toward lament. The peace she offered was beginning to fracture, not from intrusion, but from remembrance. For even gods, when they forget, cannot remain ignorant forever. And so, the dream began to shift. The lilies grew thicker, the air heavier, the wells deeper. Somewhere beneath the eternal twilight of the unalloyed dream, something awaited, the faint sound of breath quickening, of a god who might, at last, be beginning to stir. Deep beneath the world's sleeping surface, past the roots of the Haligtree and the blood-soaked chambers of Mohg Palace, the unalloyed dream began to take on weight and shape. What had once been a boundless ocean of thought and light now condensed into something with gravity, a heart at the center of eternity. Within that stillness, the presence that was once, Miquella began to draw form again, as though remembering the shape of being. His consciousness had long diffused across every lily, every sleeper, every sigh breathed by those who had succumbed to the curse. But now, the fragments were gathering. The dream, after centuries of feeding, was beginning to want. The earliest signs of his stirring appeared not as thunder or revelation, but as tremors in the lullaby. The song of Saint Trina. Once a perfect, endless refrain, began to waver. Where once it promised peace, now it faltered with hesitation. Some dreamers noticed it in their sleep, awakening for the first time in years with tears upon their faces, though they could not say why. Others remained in slumber but began to twitch and murmur, their serene smiles breaking into expressions of confusion or longing. The dream's perfection was fracturing from within. Those who watched over the sleeping noticed strange occurrences. A sleeper's body would tremble as though in pain, though no wound marked them. The lilies surrounding them began to wilt, their fragrance turning sharp, metallic. In some places, the petals blackened, curling inward like burnt paper. From the stems dripped not sap, but blood, thick, sluggish, and faintly golden. The dream's sustenance had turned upon itself. The lilies no longer carried serenity. They carried memory, and memory is the enemy of peace. Somewhere within the heart of that dream, Miquella's awareness returned in fragments. He saw first the garden he had created, endless, serene, perfect. Then he saw the cost. He saw the faces of those who had entered it, the children of men who sought relief, the soldiers who fled war, the sisters who died guarding his sleep. He saw Melania, still kneeling beside his empty cocoon, whispering his name across centuries. And he understood that his mercy had become a prison. His rejection of godhood had given birth to a new god, one who ruled not through faith, but through forgetting. Saint Trina's soft dominion had filled the void he left, shaping his dream into her kingdom. At first he did not resist. To wake was to suffer, to sleep was to spare. Yet the weight of his own creation pressed upon him. For every life drawn into the dream, he felt a pulse of sorrow. Every sleeper's surrender was another soul relinquished to oblivion. What had begun as healing had become erasure. Miquella's will, unalloyed and pure, could not ignore the corruption that had taken root in its reflection. The dream was no longer his. It was something new, something alive. It breathed, it desired, it ruled. And somewhere in its depths, Saint Trina herself had taken on a body. Her form was not static. It shifted like mist. At times she appeared as Miquella once was. Youthful, golden, serene. At others she was a figure robed in violet, her face veiled by petals. Her eyes, when visible, shimmered with both devotion and defiance. She was the dream personified, the echo of his intention, twisted by its own fulfillment. When she looked upon him, it was with love and with pity. She spoke not in words but in impressions, the language of dreams. The warmth of her touch, the fragrance of lilies, the weightless quiet of surrender. You gave them peace, her voice seemed to say, and they loved you for it. I took their will, he answered, though he did not speak aloud. I have stolen their being. They gave it freely. You cannot steal what is offered. He saw through her illusion, not with anger, but with sorrow. For in her reasoning, she spoke truth as well as lie. Humanity had longed for rest. They had followed him willingly into the dream. They had chosen stillness over struggle, forgetting over pain. What he could not bear was that he had made it possible. His rejection of divine control had become the subtlest form of control imaginable. Not command, but comfort. In that realization, something within the dream trembled. The endless twilight flickered, its colors shifting from gold to red to black. The sleepers stirred as though caught in a wind they could not feel. And for the first time since his cocoon had closed, Miquella tried to awaken. The effort was monumental. To rise from the dream meant tearing through centuries of accumulated stillness, through layers of blissful oblivion woven tight by Trina's will. As he strained against it, his form bled light, the dream around him quaking like water disturbed by a hand. The lilies began to shed their petals, disintegrating into golden dust that swirled upward like smoke. The saint's song grew desperate, rising to a pitch that bent the air. "Do not wake," she whispered. "You will undo all I have made." But he did not stop. For every dreamer he sensed, every voice that called to him through sleep, he felt responsibility. His purity couldn't coexist with ignorance. His love demanded awareness, even if it meant pain. And so he reached for the world above, toward his body, still held within the bloody shrine of Mohg Palace. In that moment, the dream convulsed. The pulse of the cocoon quickened. Those who slept nearest its presence began to weep in their dreams, their tears golden and warm. The lilies nearest to the palace burned from within, releasing clouds of violet ash that drifted upward like spirits. The faithful who had long tended to the shrine awoke screaming, their minds flooded with visions of two figures intertwined, one radiant gold, one shadowed violet, merging and separating endlessly. Miquella's will was returning, but the saint's love resisted him. She had nurtured this stillness too long to let it break. Her lullaby turned from comfort to command, and her presence thickened around him like a shroud. "They need you sleeping," she said. "If you wake, you bring them pain again. The wars, the rot, the flame. They are at peace because you are not." He hesitated. Perhaps she was right. The world outside his dream was broken, still soaked in the sins of gods. Could he, even as an Empyrean, heal it without recreating the cycle of will and subjugation? Was it mercy to wake and impose once more, or mercy to remain silent? The dream held its breath, suspended in that uncertainty, and then a single drop of blood fell. It was not from Mohg, nor from the formless mother, but from Miquella himself. Gold tinged crimson. The unalloyed had become alloyed. In that instant, the perfect purity that had defined him fractured, and through that fracture, the dream began to change. The sleepers who had lain for centuries began to stir. Their eyes fluttered open to a world still veiled in violet haze. The lilies beside them swayed as though in mourning. Some wept without knowing why. Others laughed softly before falling still again. The dream had not ended, but it had shifted. No longer eternal, but cyclical. Sleep and waking began to blur, one feeding the other. In the depths of the dream, Trina knelt beside Miquella's half-formed light, pressing her forehead to his chest. "You cannot leave me," she whispered. "Without you, I am nothing." He touched her hair, his voice gentle. "You are what I made of myself, but I cannot stay what I was." And as he spoke, the dream shuddered, breaking into ripples of light that spread across the unseen expanse. The age of lilies had reached its turning point. The god beneath the dream had begun to remember the world above. But memory is dangerous, and mercy, once fractured, can become vengeance in disguise. The dream had awakened, but the world had not yet realized what it had lost to gain it. When the first tremors of awakening rippled through the dream, the reaction within the realm of sleep was not chaos, but distortion, a quiet unraveling of harmony that no mortal mind could hear. The song of Saint Trina, once so smooth that it could calm even the will of gods, began to shiver with discord. Her voice, which had been the lullaby of eternity, faltered. It was not the dreamers who noticed first, but the lilies themselves. Their petals, once pristine in violet and gold, began to darken at the edges. The fragrance that had brought peace grew heavy, cloying, like overripe fruit. Something sacred had soured. At the heart of the dream, Saint Trina felt it before any other. Her song cracked, and the silence that followed was unbearable. For centuries, she had been the keeper of this world, the tender of its stillness. Every sigh of sleep, every surrendering breath, was her prayer fulfilled. She had not considered herself a god. She was the absence of godhood, the balm that followed divinity's wounds. Yet now, as Miquella's pulse grew stronger within her domain, she felt her own existence tremble. He had been gone so long that she no longer thought of him as separate. His dream was her body, his will, her breath. She had sustained what he abandoned, and now he was returning, unmaking her simply by remembering. It was not malice that filled her, but grief. To awaken him was to end her. And yet, her heart, if such a thing still beat within her, ached with the same love that had birthed her. She had sung him to rest, not as servant, but as guardian, protecting him from the ruin of his own compassion. When he slept, the world healed. When he stirred, the world would bleed again. That was the truth she had built her eternity upon. But truth, like dreams, is fragile when touched by will. In the twilight gardens of the Unalloyed Dream, the air began to pulse. The great lilies swayed, as if moved by an unseen tide. The dreamers who lay beneath them shifted in their endless repose, their bodies glowing faintly from within. The dream, once still as glass, became liquid. Trina walked through it like one walking through fog, her bare feet stirring ripples of gold. Around her, fragments of memory rose from the dreamers, faces of the living and dead, echoes of laughter, fragments of sorrow, all the remnants of a world that had tried to forget itself. She moved toward the source of the disturbance, a light so pure it hurt even her eyes. Miquella's form was no longer diffused. It was condensing, drawing together all the scattered fragments of his divinity. The god beneath the dream was taking shape again. Trina reached for him, her hands trembling. "Please," she whispered. Her voice was the sound of wind through lilies. "You gave them peace. Do not take it from them." Miquella's radiance pulsed in answer, his light forming something almost human, a shape of gold threaded with crimson veins. He regarded her with eyes that saw everything, her love, her devotion, her quiet defiance. "Peace bought with forgetting," he said softly. "It is not peace at all." She knelt before him, weeping golden tears that fell into the soil and sprouted new flowers instantly. "You do not understand what they were before you slept. The world above has only suffering. Your silence ended it. You freed them." "I silenced them," he answered. "I made the world into a reflection of my failure. To save them, I removed them from themselves. That is not freedom. It is obedience under another name." The dream darkened. The sky of that inner world, once the color of dawn, turned the color of old ash. Trina clutched her torch, its violet flame sputtering. The light of the torch was her last authority. It gave her substance within the dream. Without it, she would dissolve entirely. "If you wake," she whispered, "they will suffer again. Do you not remember what the world is? The rot still festers. The gods still hunger. The flames still rage. Let me protect them. Let me protect you." Miquella's eyes softened, and for a moment, he seemed almost the child he once was. Gentle, pure, unbearably kind. "You cannot protect what is meant to change," he said. "Even gods must die if the world is to live." His words struck her like a blade. For centuries she had defined herself by his absence, by the duty of keeping him safe. If he woke, she would become nothing but a memory, a song unsung. Yet even now, love outweighed her fear. She stepped closer, pressing her hands to his chest, her fingers sinking into the light. "Then take me with you," she whispered. "If you must wake, let me wake within you." The world of the dream shuddered. The sleepers moaned in their rest. Across the lands between, Those who lay beneath lilies began to murmur the same words, their lips moving in perfect unison. "Take me with you," they whispered, their voices carrying through the air like the rustle of leaves. The entire dream had become her plea. Miquella closed his eyes. His light flickered, dimmed, then steadied. "You already are within me," he said. "You are what remains of my will to rest. But I must gather all that I am. I cannot carry both silence and truth." Trina's hands fell away. Her torch flared once more, burning brighter than it ever had. "Then I will not let you leave," she said, not as threat, but as vow. Her flame widened, and the lilies caught alight in waves of violet fire. The garden ignited, petals rising like embers. Yet the fire did not consume, it transformed. Each burning flower released a pulse of energy, rippling through the dream, reforging it into layers. In that moment, the dream split in two. One half clinging to sleep, the other awakening toward the world above. The sleepers felt it. Some awoke with gasps, their eyes open to a reality half overwritten by light. Others remained in slumber, but saw visions of flame and gold intermingled. The border between waking and dreaming collapsed into chaos. The age of lilies began to fracture, becoming an age of mirrors, reflections of both states shimmering atop one another. Within the heart of that duality, Miquella and Trina faced each other like two halves of a single thought. His light pressed against her flame, neither overwhelming the other. Around them, the dream trembled with contradiction. Trina's voice was soft again, pleading. "If you wake, the dream will collapse. They will all die." Miquella reached toward her, his hand glowing like dawn breaking over the horizon. "If I sleep, they will never live." He touched her cheek, and for a moment the world was utterly still. Then her form began to dissolve, petals scattering into the air, her flame extinguished into sparks of light. Yet even as she faded, her voice lingered. "Then, remember me. In every rest, in every sigh. Let there always be sleep, even in waking." He nodded once. "There will be, for you are the dream that remembers." And with that, the heart of the dream broke open. A shockwave of light surged through the unalloyed realm, radiating outward into the waking world. The lilies burst into brilliant flame, releasing clouds of gold and violet ash that spread across the sky like a new dawn. Those who slept awoke weeping. Those who watched from afar swore they saw the stars themselves flicker. In the ruins of Mohg Palace, the cocoon cracked. A single hand emerged, pale, perfect, slick with gold and blood. The dreamer was no longer bound. The god of the unalloyed had begun to wake. But with his return, the world itself would need to decide whether it wanted to live again, or if it had grown too accustomed to the peace of sleep. When the cocoon split, no sound followed at first. Only the soft tearing of silk, like breath drawn after centuries of silence. From the wound in that golden chrysalis, light spilled in threads rather than beams, bending through the crimson haze of Mohgwyn's blood-soaked cathedral. The first hand that emerged was small and immaculate, ageless, its skin a seamless blend of ivory and gold. It trembled, not from weakness, but from the shock of motion. For so long, Miquella had existed in stillness, and the act of reaching now felt like the remaking of the world itself. The faithful who yet lingered in that palace of decay fell to their knees. Some wept, others sang, though their hymns were little more than slurred echoes of forgotten words. The oldest among them crawled toward the altar, their eyes blind with reverence. They had waited lifetimes for this moment, the promised ascension of the Lord of Blood's beloved, the awakening of the pure God from his endless dream. But when the cocoon cracked open fully, what emerged was neither saint nor savior. It was something new, something between. Miquella's form shone with soft gold, yet veins of crimson laced his flesh, like living script. His hair, once pale as dawn, now shimmered with a subtle violet sheen. His eyes opened slowly, not radiant with divinity, but hollowed by understanding. They were eyes that had seen everything the dream concealed. The lilies, the sleepers, the saint, the endless quiet, the false mercy, and for the first time since his creation, the God who had sought to purify the world looked upon it not with hope, but with grief. He rose unsteadily, his body dripping not with blood or sap, but with both, the union of dream and sacrifice. The air around him shimmered, bending reality, as though uncertain which world it belonged to. For a moment, the dream and the waking overlapped. The crimson halls of Mohg's domain became gilded gardens, lilies blooming across the corpses of acolytes. Those who gazed upon him saw different things. To some, he was Miquella reborn, the promise of salvation incarnate. To others, he was Saint Trina made flesh, the god of sleep walking in daylight. And to a few, he was neither, a being beyond name, carrying both memory and forgetting in equal measure. The body that had been bound by Mohg's devotion bore faint traces of the omen's blood. Yet even in that corruption, there was transformation. The scarlet hue did not stain him, it illuminated him, as though his purity had learned to accommodate the impurity it once rejected. The union that Mohg had sought in madness had occurred after all, though not by the omen's will. It was the dream itself that had taken the blood and woven it into divinity, completing the cycle that began with rebellion and ended in reconciliation. Mohg himself lay nearby, unmoving, his body desiccated, his horns cracked and hollow. The blood that had once flowed like a river from his veins was dry, yet upon his face lingered a faint smile, as though in death he had glimpsed the god he longed to create. Miquella paused beside him, his gaze soft but distant. He knelt, placing a hand upon the omen's cold brow. "You wanted to build a dynasty," he murmured, his voice carrying no echo. "You did, but it is made of sleep." With that, the blood beneath them stirred. The rivers that had long flowed through Mohg's halls began to move again, though their hue was lighter now. A luminous red gold that glowed like molten light. From it rose shapes, like shadows clothed in grace, the faint spirits of those who had died in devotion to the dream. They circled Miquella in silence, their forms dissolving into petals that drifted upward toward the light that seeped through the cracks of the underground ceiling. The god watched them go, and in their departure, he felt the first breath of the waking world touch him. Above ground, the lands began to change. The lilies that had lain dormant after the saint's dissolution now bloomed once more, their colour fading from violet to pale gold. The fragrance that had once brought sleep now smelled faintly of rain, cool and clean. Across the continent, sleepers awoke. Some gasped in confusion, others sobbed, but many simply lay still, staring at the sky as though seeing it for the first time. The dream had not ended. It had been rewritten. Miquella's waking did not destroy Saint Trina's mercy. It purified it, allowing rest without erasure, memory without pain. Yet in this transformation lay danger, for balance between memory and peace is fragile. The first to feel the shift was Melania. Beneath the fading Haligtree, her eyes opened as though startled by a voice she had waited an eternity to hear. The rot within her body, long suppressed by her brother's slumbering grace, stirred again, but it did not consume her. Instead, it pulsed in rhythm with his awakening. Scarlet light and golden radiance intertwined across her skin like veins of living tapestry. She felt him, alive, near, changed. A whisper entered her mind, neither command nor plea, but a truth spoken through shared blood. It is time to rise. Melania wept, though she did not understand why. Around her, the Haligtree began to shudder. The gold in its leaves dulled, the violet veins fading, the roots trembling as though exhaling. Sap flowed freely for the first time in centuries, washing over the soil like liquid sunlight. The sleepers who had gathered beneath its boughs awoke slowly, their dreams retreating like the tide. The Haligtree was dying, but it died beautifully, its decay an act of release. Miquella's purpose for it was fulfilled. It had carried him through his divine chrysalis, and now its time was over. Far away, the remnants of the Erdtree flickered with awareness. The divine system that had long rejected Miquella now felt the tremor of his rebirth. The greater will, distant and voiceless, stirred faintly in its celestial slumber, sensing the emergence of a god who owed it nothing. For the first time, a divine being had awakened outside its control, one born of rebellion, mercy, and blood. The cosmic order, long stagnant, began to tremble. The stars themselves seemed to pause, awaiting the decision of this new god. And yet, Miquella did not move to ascend. He stood within the ruin of Mohg's palace, his eyes fixed on the surface above. He felt every thread of the dream he had woven, every sleeper who stirred in confusion, every whisper of Saint Trina that still lingered in the sigh of wind. He knew he could reclaim it all, that with a thought he could command the world to rest again, to forget. But he would not. The peace he sought could not be forced, nor could it be bought by silence. Instead, he took a step forward. The ground beneath him blossomed with gold where his foot touched, then faded to silver as the petals drifted away. He walked slowly through the remains of his captor's temple, the light of his presence burning away the last vestiges of blood and rot. As he passed, the acolytes' bodies turned to dust, their souls freed at last from the grip of unending devotion. And as he ascended toward the upper tunnels, the air grew clearer. The scent of lilies, once suffocating, now smelled faintly of dawn. Those who would one day tell this story would call this moment the waking of the dreamer. But no prophecy foresaw the truth that followed, that Miquella's awakening did not end the dream. It merely brought it into the world. The boundaries between sleep and life had thinned beyond repair. People would sleep and find themselves in his garden. They would wake and see traces of it in the corners of their vision. The dream and the waking world had merged, and reality itself now breathed with two lungs. As Miquella reached the surface, the light of day broke over him. For the first time, he felt wind upon his skin, smelled rain and rot and life tangled together. He lifted his face to the sky. Above, the clouds parted slightly, revealing a sun the color of gold, tinged with the rose. Not divine light, but mortal dawn. He smiled faintly, the expression tinged with both wonder and sorrow. In that light, he whispered words too quiet for any mortal ear. May the world remember, and still know rest. Behind him, deep in the earth, the cracked cocoon sealed itself once more. Within its hollow shell, faint motes of violet light flickered, the last remnants of Saint Trina's presence, dreaming softly still. Her lullaby had not ceased. It had simply become quieter, carried now in the hearts of those who slept peacefully at night. Not forever, but enough. The god of the unalloyed had awakened, but the saint of slumber remained. The two would never again be one, yet neither could exist without the other. For every dawn needs its dusk, and every dream its waking. And as Miquella stepped into the new day, the world itself began to stir, not in terror, but in remembrance. For after an age of silence, life had remembered how to breathe. Morning in the lands between had not been so clear in generations. The mist that once hung over everything like a veil of half-forgotten sleep began to thin, revealing horizons that seemed newly born. The grass sparkled faintly with dew, not golden nor violet, but something in between, the shade of dawn caught halfway between remembrance and release. For those who awoke from the long slumber, the air tasted strange. They remembered neither how they had slept nor what dreams had claimed them, yet some deep quiet remained in their bones, as if the lullaby of Saint Trina had etched itself into their breath. Villages that had stood empty for decades came back to life, their inhabitants wandering days through streets overgrown with lilies and moss. Bells rang again, though without rhythm, as if the hands that struck them were unsure what to celebrate. For the first time since the quiet bloom, laughter rose in the distance, tentative, thin, but unmistakably human. And yet beneath that joy lay unease. The people who woke felt time itself had shifted. For some, days had passed. For others, centuries. Children stood beside parents who were now younger than they remembered. Lovers found their faces familiar, but their names strange on their tongues. Memory had returned incomplete, like pages half-scorched by fire. In these strange awakenings, whispers spread of a figure walking the lands, radiant and calm, with eyes like molten gold laced with crimson. Wherever he passed, the lilies bowed, their petals turning pale. The dreamers who saw him felt no fear, only recognition. Some fell to their knees, believing him the long-promised God who would mend the broken weave of the world. Others turned away, unsettled by the weight of their own memories returning. For when Miquella walked the earth again, he carried with him the echo of every dreamer's sorrow. Each step stirred both healing and remembrance. The Golden Order, now fractured into sects and heresies, sent emissaries to seek him. Some sought to crown him as the rightful heir of Marika's lineage, a symbol of divine continuity after ages of silence. Others called him blasphemy incarnate, the God who had slept while the world decayed, who had rejected the greater will to build a false paradise. Yet Miquella answered neither accusation nor praise. He spoke little, his words quiet as the wind that moved through the trees. To those who asked his purpose, he said only, "To wake is to begin again." Those who walked with him noticed the effect his presence had upon the land. The soil where he passed grew fertile, yet the flowers that bloomed there wilted before nightfall. Rivers ran clear for a day and deepened into unnatural stillness. It was as if the world, having slept so long, now struggled to remember the rhythm of life. Some places thrived in sudden bursts of abundance, others fell into eerie calm, caught between motion and rest. Even the sky seemed hesitant, clouds drifting slower, sunlight hanging longer before dusk. In the Haligtree's fading remains, Melania felt this change most acutely. She had followed the whisper of her brother's awakening like a tether drawn taut through centuries. When the message reached her, not as sound, but as sensation, she rose from her vigil. The rot within her, long quelled, began to shift. It did not consume, it pulsed. For the first time, she felt the scarlet rot not as curse, but as rhythm, the echo of decay that allowed life to renew. She stepped out from beneath the dying branches, and as her feet touched the roots, the Haligtree bowed. Its leaves fell in sheets of pale gold, drifting down like blessings to the earth. She began her journey toward him, her steps leaving trails of withering grass that bloomed again moments later. The land recognized her not as destroyer, but as consequence. For wherever her brother's awakening spread light, her presence followed as shadow, the necessary reminder that peace could not exist without loss. The people who saw her on the road spoke her name in awe and terror alike. Some bowed, others fled, but she paid them no heed. Her path was not toward conquest. It was toward reunion. Meanwhile, in the capital, scholars convened to record the strange phenomena of the waking age. Dreams, they found, had grown lucid, more vivid than before. Those who slept claimed to walk once more in the gardens of gold and violet, but now the dream felt different. There was no compulsion, no loss of self. It was as though the dream had learned restraint. In these visions, some met Saint Trina, who lingered still as the saint of slumber, though her torch now burned softly rather than bright. She would smile upon them, touching their brows, whispering, "Rest, but return." The sleepers who woke from these dreams found themselves calmer, as if the boundary between consciousness and sleep had finally learned balance. But not all dreamed peacefully. A new affliction began to appear among those closest to the heart of the dream's rebirth. These souls, called the remembered by the faithful, awoke carrying pieces of other lives. One woman wept for a child she had never born. A knight sang the lullaby of a mother he had never known. Villagers saw strangers arrive who spoke their language perfectly, but claimed to hail from towns that had never existed. The dream, it seemed, had fused too deeply with the waking world, its memories bleeding outward through the cracks of reality. In this strange new age, worship turned inward. Shrines once dedicated to the Erdtree were repurposed with new icons. A figure seated between wakefulness and slumber, one hand open, one closed. The people named this new faith the dreaming grace. They no longer sought salvation through obedience or silence, but through equilibrium, to live awake, yet remember the peace of sleep. Their prayers were murmured at twilight, when light and darkness blended into the colour of lilies. Miquella did not establish this faith himself. It arose naturally, like an echo of his passing. Yet it troubled him. He had returned to end the tyranny of divinity, not to replace it with another. As he stood before a newly built shrine in a small village, its idol carved from stone veined in violet, he felt both pride and sorrow. The people knelt before him, not realizing the God they prayed to stood among them. He watched as they whispered their hopes for peaceful lives, for dreams unmarred by fear. He knew their intentions were pure, but he also knew how easily peace curdles into worship. That night, he sat beneath the open sky, listening to the faint hum of the dream still woven through the air. The stars above seemed closer than before, as if the heavens themselves had lowered to meet the newly awakened earth. A breeze moved through the fields, carrying the last scent of lilies, now fading into memory. He closed his eyes and listened, not for voices, but for silence. And within that silence, he heard her. Saint Trina's voice, faint and melodic, drifted like the echo of a lullaby, half forgotten. "You kept your promise," she whispered. "They wake, and still they rest." He smiled, though his heart felt heavy. "You kept your place," he replied softly, "not as shadow, but as breath." Her laughter, distant and tender, rippled through the grass. "Then let them dream of both," she said, "and let us watch what they become." When he opened his eyes again, dawn had fully broken. The sky glowed in hues of rose and pale gold, and for the first time since gods had walked the earth, the light felt neither divine nor indifferent, merely alive. The world itself had begun to dream awake, but even in this fragile balance, danger remained. For memory, once reawakened, carries the seeds of ambition. And in a world that has learned to sleep without gods, there will always be those who seek to dream themselves into divinity. In the years that followed the waking, the lands between lived in a fragile rhythm that seemed almost merciful. The dream no longer dominated, and the waking no longer suffered endlessly. For the first time in an age, mortals and demi-humans alike found balance. But balance, once disturbed, is a wound that never truly closes. The world was learning how to live again. But like all things newly born, it trembled with instability. The merging of dream and waking had left behind traces, fractures where time, memory, and identity bled into one another like spilled ink. Through those fractures, something else began to whisper. At first, it was small. A villager would wake at night, convinced they were still dreaming. They would find themselves standing outside their homes, gazing at the stars as though waiting for a name they could no longer recall. A soldier would lower his blade mid-battle, whispering an apology to someone unseen. And sometimes, whole communities would lose a day, sunrise to sunset, erased from their recollection. These were not dreams in the ordinary sense, nor were they divine miracles. They were remnants of Miquella's dream, still entangled in the fabric of the world, echoes that could not fade. The scholars of the dreaming grace attempted to understand these phenomena. They gathered in the ruins of old churches, writing by candlelight as they recorded the new mysteries of existence. They called the phenomenon the fracture of memory. Their theories were many. Some believed the dream had left its roots deep in the consciousness of humankind, growing new shoots wherever longing or grief took hold. Others claimed that these fractures were messages from Miquella himself, remnants of divine mercy scattered across creation. And a few whispered a darker thought, that the dream was not content to fade, that it was remembering itself through the minds of the living. Miquella, wandering the lands in quiet contemplation, could feel this resurgence. Every step he took carried faint tremors of familiarity, as though the world recognized him, but could not decide whether to worship or resent him. He passed through fields where the lilies no longer bloomed, yet found traces of their scent hidden in the air. In towns rebuilt upon ruins, he met those who spoke his name unknowingly, not as god or saint, but as symbol. Miquella's mercy, they would say, when the wind was kind, or when a child slept peacefully. He would smile at the irony. His dream had become proverb, detached from meaning, yet still alive. And yet, the fractures grew. Some who dream now spoke of a second figure walking through their sleep. Not Saint Trina, but something that wore her voice. This being did not soothe, but questioned. "Do you remember?" it would ask. "Do you wish to?" Those who answered yes awoke, haunted by glimpses of lives that were not their own. Visions of dying gods, of endless fields of lilies, of the cocoon bathed in blood. They saw Miquella, and sometimes they saw themselves speaking to him as if across a mirror. Slowly, these visions began to drive them mad. The dreaming grace called them the echo-bound. Among the echo-bound arose both prophets and monsters. Some wandered from town to town, preaching that the dream had never ended, that the waking world itself was merely a deeper layer of slumber. Others fell into silence, staring endlessly into the distance, as though waiting for a voice to return. In them, Miquella saw tragedy, not of corruption, but of over-remembrance. The peace he had brought depended upon a delicate amnesia, and now that amnesia was failing, the dream was remembering itself through the fragments it had left behind. It was during this time that he returned to the site of the Haligtree, drawn by intuition more than choice. What remained of the great tree was no longer divine. It had withered into a hollow lattice of wood, pale and brittle as bone. Around it grew a new kind of flower, not the lilies of Trina, but blossoms of muted silver, their petals thin as glass. These were known later as remembrance blooms. They grew where dream and memory overlapped, marking places where the dream had touched the world most deeply. When the wind blew through them, They made a sound like whispering voices. Standing beneath the skeletal remains of his creation, Miquella closed his eyes. The air here was heavy with echoes. He could feel Melania's presence before he saw her, the slow, deliberate rhythm of her approach, each footfall carrying both grace and ruin. When she emerged from the mist, the light caught the red sheen of her prosthetic arm, the gold-threaded cloth that wrapped her ruined form. Her eyes met his, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "Brother," she said, her voice steady though her throat trembled. He smiled faintly, the same serene curve that had once calmed empires. "You came. I felt you," she answered. "In the rot, in the roots. I followed your dream, though I never slept." He studied her for a long moment. The scarlet rot, once devouring her from within, had quieted into something else. Its hue was dimmer, its pulse slower, as though it too had learned to rest. "You carry it still," he said, "but it no longer consumes you." "It waits," she replied, "like you did." Together they stood before the dying Haligtree, the monument to both their suffering and their devotion. Around them, the remembrance blooms shimmered faintly in the light, each one pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the world. Miquella reached out, touching one of the blossoms. "Do you hear it?" he asked. Melania listened. Beneath the wind, beneath the faint hum of the dying roots, there was another sound, a distant chorus of voices, half dreamed, half awake. "They are calling," she said softly. "The dreamers." "They are remembering," he corrected. "The dream is stirring through them." Her hand tightened upon her spear. "Then the peace is ending." Miquella shook his head. "No, it is becoming honest. They will learn that peace is not absence, but endurance." He turned his gaze to the sky, where the clouds moved like slow tides. But not all will accept that truth. Even as he spoke, somewhere beyond the horizon, the fractures deepened. In the shadowed lands near the capital, a new sect of the dreaming grace was rising, one that rejected waking entirely. They called themselves the keepers of the endless sleep. To them, the dream was perfection, and Miquella's awakening a betrayal. They gathered lilies once more, cultivating them in hidden sanctuaries, inhaling their scent until they fell into self-induced comas. Their priests preached that soon, the saint would return to reclaim what the god had undone. Rumours reached even the ears of Miquella himself. As he listened, he felt no anger, only inevitability. "Trina remains," he murmured, half to himself. "Not as she was, but as memory." Melania turned to him. "Can you stop it?" He smiled sadly. "Would you stop remembering the one you loved?" She did not answer, for though she had long lived in war, she understood now that not all battles are meant to be won. Some must simply be endured, like seasons. That night, as moonlight filtered through the broken boughs of the Haligtree, Miquella dreamed again. But this dream was different. Not an escape, not a world apart. It was simply reflection. Faces of those he had touched, voices of those who had slept, laughter of those who now lived again. And among them, faint and distant, he heard her, Saint Trina, humming quietly, her voice neither pleading nor commanding. She sang of peace, but not the peace of forgetting. It was a song of coexistence, of rest found within motion. When he awoke, dawn was already rising. The fractures of memory would spread, he knew. The dream would call to those who longed for it. But perhaps that was as it should be. For the dream and the waking world were no longer enemies. They were mirrors, reflecting the same eternal question. How does one live without losing the mercy of sleep? And so, the god of the unalloyed walked onward, not to silence the dream, but to guide it. even as the world remembered what it had once been, and what it still dreamed of becoming. In the shadow of Leyndal's shattered spires, where the Erdtree's golden light had dimmed into a colourless haze, the new faith took root. They called themselves the Keepers of the Endless Sleep, though in truth they were little more than echoes of older devotion, the remnants of those who could not bear the weight of waking. Their temples were silent places, lit only by the faint shimmer of violet candles, their air thick with the scent of lilies that refused to die. To an outsider, their stillness might have seemed reverent, but beneath that stillness pulsed obsession, a longing for return, for the absolute mercy that had once enveloped the world like a veil. Their leader was a woman known only as the Dream Matron, once a scholar of the dreaming grace, now turned zealot. Her eyes were pale and clouded, her voice slow and hypnotic. She preached that Miquella's awakening was not salvation, but blasphemy, the tearing open of a paradise freely chosen. In her sermons, she described Saint Trina as the true god of mercy, and Miquella as the betrayer who had shattered her perfect world. The people listened, for her words were laced with the cadence of the old lullaby, the one they half remembered from the days when peace had been endless and pain unknown. The dream did not die, she whispered to them. It sleeps beneath your heart, waiting for you to surrender again. It began innocently, as all faiths do. The followers gathered in quiet circles, inhaling the lilies' perfume, humming fragments of Saint Trina's melody. They would lie down together, holding hands, believing they could glimpse her garden again through sleep. Many did. They spoke of walking through golden fields where time did not move, of seeing Miquella's radiant figure turned away from them, his eyes sorrowful. And beside him, always, was a veiled woman holding a torch of violet flame. Her song called to them, soft, maternal, irresistible. The dream had returned to them, but not as it once was. It came now in pulses, brief intrusions into waking life, half real, half remembered. Soon, the keepers began to crave it. They lengthened their rituals, spending days in sleep, refusing to wake even when hunger gnawed at their bodies. When they did stir, they claimed their dreams had deepened, that Saint Trina herself had spoken, promising them eternity if they would only let go of their waking selves entirely. They began to administer the essence of lilies in liquid form, distilling their petals into a shimmering draught that induced slumber so profound the drinkers no longer felt their hearts beat. They called it the Silver Bloom. When word of this sect reached Miquella, he was far to the west, walking the broken plains beyond Altus, where rivers of dust now carved the memory of what had once been fertile. He listened without surprise. The dream, after all, was part of him, and he could feel its pull, faint but constant. He knew the keepers were only answering the same call that once drew him towards stillness, the human desire to rest from endless striving. Yet he also knew how swiftly rest turns to oblivion. Mercy, he murmured, is the softest chain. He set out quietly toward the capital. On his way, the lands bore witness to his passage. The grass swayed without wind, and the shadows of the trees leaned toward him. He passed travellers asleep upon their feet, their dreams spilling outward into the waking world. Flashes of gold and violet light that faded when he drew near. When he reached the outer walls of the ruined city, he found lilies blooming between the stones, their petals wet with dew that shimmered like tears. The scent was the same as ever, beautiful, heavy, nostalgic. It whispered of surrender. The temple of the keepers stood where once the Round Table hold had met, its ruins rebuilt in the mirror image. At its centre lay the Dream Matron, surrounded by her acolytes in eternal repose. Their bodies were motionless, their chests rising barely perceptibly. In the corners of the temple stood great vessels filled with silver bloom, the liquid glimmering faintly in the candlelight. Miquella approached, the silence deepening around him. The matron's lips moved, though her eyes remained closed. "We knew you would come," she said. "Even gods grow weary. You will rest with us soon enough." He knelt beside her, studying her face. She was young beneath the pallor, younger than her voice suggested. Her fingers clutched a lily pressed to her heart. "You seek what you once had," he said softly. "But you cannot restore what was born of absence. The dream was never meant to last." She smiled faintly. "You call it dream," she whispered, "but we call it truth. The waking is the lie. Pain, hunger, loss. These are illusions meant to keep us from the garden." Her breath trembled, shallow but fervent. "Saint Trina told us you would return, not as God, but as memory. You are the last dream walking." At her words, the acolytes stirred, their eyes fluttering open one by one. Their pupils shone with faint violet light, and they began to hum, low, resonant, hypnotic. The melody spread through the air like a tide, ancient and familiar. For a moment, Miquella felt it, the pull of sleep, the comfort of surrender. He closed his eyes, and for a heartbeat, he saw her, Trina, standing in a field of lilies, smiling softly, her torch lowered. "You could stay," she murmured in his mind. "You could rest again." But when he opened his eyes, the illusion fractured. The song became a dirge. The matron's body trembled, her veins darkening as the silver bloom coursed through her. Around her, the acolytes humming turned ragged, their bodies convulsing as the line between dream and flesh blurred. Some began to dissolve into light, their forms breaking into drifting petals that floated toward the ceiling. Others screamed, their voices echoing like distant thunder. The air filled with the scent of lilies burning. Miquella rose, sorrow clouding his features. "You mistook silence for grace," he said. "You sought peace without remembering why it mattered." He reached out his hand, and the golden radiance that surrounded him expanded, washing over the temple. The candles went out. The lilies turned to dust. The acolytes fell into quiet stillness, not dead, but freed. Their dreams folded gently into his light. When the glow faded, only the matron remained, her body asleep, her expression calm. He placed a hand upon her forehead and whispered, "Rest, but awaken." As he turned to leave, the temple behind him collapsed into ash. Where it stood, only a single silver lily remained, its petals half gold, half violet. It swayed in the wind, neither wilting nor blooming, caught between sleep and remembrance. Miquella walked away without looking back. He had not destroyed the faith. He had returned it to balance. But he knew there would be others. The dream would always find new hosts, new forms. It was too deeply woven into the nature of life to ever die. It was the promise beneath every prayer, the lullaby hidden in every breath. And as he walked beneath the fading light of evening, he felt her presence again, faint, watchful, patient. Saint Trina, eternal as memory still lingered. Not to resist him, but to remind him that even gods must rest. He smiled then, faint and weary. "You are never gone," he murmured. Her voice drifted back to him like wind through petals. "Nor are you." The dream was not over. It had simply awakened. But the awakening itself was only another kind of dream, one the world had just begun to understand. For a time after the fall of the keepers, the lands between knew a quiet that felt almost honest. The lilies, that once bloomed in endless waves, began to thin, their perfume fading from the air. Villages returned to the rhythms of ordinary life. Fields tended, songs sung, fires lit at dusk. Yet beneath this humble normalcy, something invisible lingered. The world had been steeped in dream too long to truly wake. In every still pond, in every shadowed forest, faint whispers persisted, like sighs caught between breaths. They were not voices, yet they carried the weight of memory. Those who listened long enough would sometimes hear fragments, lullabies with no beginning, laughter that dissolved into silence, the echo of a name that might have been their own. The scholars of the dreaming, Grace, called this the fragrance of the forgotten. It was neither curse nor blessing, but residue, a reminder that the world had once been remade by a dream. The air itself seemed scented with remembrance. Some nights, the wind would shift and carry that old perfume again, the faint sweetness of lilies, tinged with the metallic scent of rain. Farmers would pause in their work, eyes growing distant. Mothers would cradle their children closer without knowing why. And far from any settlement, travellers swore they saw petals falling through the moonlight, though no tree stood near enough to shed them. It was as if the dream still exhaled through the lungs of the living world, an unseen rhythm guiding even the most ordinary hearts. Miquella wandered through these lands like a ghost of his own creation. He did not rule, nor did he hide. His presence was subtle, a gentle hum in the fabric of things. Where he passed, sickness waned and soil renewed itself, but he left no temples, no commandments, no divine sign to mark his path. He had become the quiet pulse of continuity, the bridge between sleep and waking. To some, he was myth already, the sleepless saint, they called him, the god who refused to rest so the world might. But among those who had truly seen him, he was something else entirely. He was reminder, yet even reminders cast shadows. The keepers had not been the last to seek the dream. In hidden corners of the world, fragments of their devotion persisted, diluted, but alive. Some sought the lilies not for worship, but for knowledge, believing that within their fragrance lay the power to glimpse what Miquella himself had seen, a vision of perfect unity, of self dissolved into peace. They distilled the last living petals into powders and tinctures, drawing out their essence. The results were unpredictable. Some claimed enlightenment, others never awoke. Those who survived such experiments described visions of a place that was not quite the unalloyed dream, but an echo of it, a reflection shimmering on the surface of thought. In these dreams, they heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through distant fields of light. Sometimes, they saw a figure with hair like gold dust, walking away from them, and another figure following close behind, her torch dim but steady. These wanderers would wake with tears in their eyes, unable to say whether they had witnessed divinity or merely memory. Miquella knew of these attempts, for he felt each one as a ripple across his awareness. Every new dream born in the world touched him faintly, as though brushing his skin. He did not intervene. To forbid dreaming would have been to undo all he had learned. But in his solitude, he could not help but wonder whether the dream was evolving again, whether the peace he had tried to make finite was stretching beyond his reach. It was during these wanderings that he came to the southern coast, where the sea met cliffs older than the Erdtree itself. There, the air carried no fragrance of lilies, only salt and wind. For the first time since his awakening, Miquella felt the absence of the dream completely. The waves moved with no echo of memory, their rhythm purely physical. It was grounding, almost sacred. He sat upon the rocks, watching the horizon dissolve into mist, and for a moment he allowed himself to rest, not in slumber, but in stillness, unshaped by dream. Yet as dusk fell, the sky turned a colour he had not seen in ages, violet bleeding into gold. The reflection of that light upon the sea shimmered like petals drifting on water. He smiled faintly. The world, it seemed, refused to forget. Even the ocean, remembered the colour of mercy. From the depths of the sea rose a faint melody, not human, not divine, but harmonic, as if the waves themselves sang in resonance. It was the song of Trina, carried not as voice, but as vibration, woven through the fabric of nature itself. She was still there, not apart from him, not even within him, but diffused through the world like perfume through air. Her lullaby had become the rhythm of life's rest itself. "You're watching," he murmured into the wind. "Even now." The waves crashed gently in reply, and he felt her presence in that motion, neither approving nor disapproving, only present. In that moment, he realized that their opposition had never truly ended. It had simply changed form. He was the waking that remembered sleep. She was the sleep that remembered waking. Together, they maintained the fragile pulse of existence, each balancing the other. As night deepened, he rose and began walking along the shore. Behind him, his footprints glimmered faintly, gold dissolving into violet with each step. The wind carried whispers from unseen voices, the faint hum of the world dreaming awake. He followed the sound inland until he reached a small fishing village where the people had built shrines from driftwood. Upon each altar lay a single lily, preserved perfectly, though no one knew how. An old woman sat beside one such shrine, her head bowed. When she sensed him, she looked up and smiled, her eyes bright despite her years. "We keep them for her," she said, "for the saint of sleep. She still watches, you know. When the storms come, we hear her singing in the waves." Miquella nodded, his gaze soft. "Do you fear her?" The woman shook her head. "No, we thank her. She lets our dead rest easy." He smiled at that. "And the living. They rest too, when they need to," she said. "But they wake again. Always they wake." Her words lingered in his mind long after he left her behind. It was simple truth, untainted by theology or longing. The dream had found its rightful place, not as dominion, but as rhythm, rest and waking, memory and forgetting, life and stillness, all moving in harmony. As he continued inland, the lilies grew scarcer, replaced by grasses that swayed freely in the wind. Their absence did not sadden him. It was proof that the world no longer depended on symbols to sustain its peace. And yet, as he walked beneath the rising moon, he found himself humming a familiar tune, her tune. The sound of it blended with the night, until the two became indistinguishable. Somewhere, far beyond mortal sight, Saint Trina listened. Her torch burned low, its flames steady. She did not answer, for she did not need to. The song was enough. It was the quiet between breaths, the peace between thoughts, the fragrance of the forgotten, drifting forever through the spaces between dreaming and life. And though Miquella walked on, the world around him breathed in that scent, remembering without clinging, resting without falling still. It was the first time in all history that both God and world shared the same rhythm. Not divinity, not dream, but the simple, enduring mercy of being awake. The years that followed became known among chroniclers as the time of gentle seasons. It was neither an age of miracles nor one of decay, but a stretch of years in which life resumed its unhurried pulse. The dream still moved through the fabric of existence, but like the memory of perfume long after the flower has wilted, it lingered without dominating. People dreamed softly now, not of paradise or oblivion, but of places they had known, faces they loved, and mornings they wished to see again. No god ruled their sleep. No saint claimed their prayers. The world, for the first time, belonged to itself. And yet, within this peace, faint tremors of remembrance persisted. There were moments when the air would shimmer, inexplicably, as though the veil between worlds had thinned. A farmer might pause mid-harvest, overcome by the sudden scent of lilies, and recall a dream he had as a child, one of endless gold and violet light. A mother might wake in the night to find her child smiling in their sleep, whispering words too old for their tongue. These moments were fleeting, harmless, even tender, but they were reminders that the dream was not gone. It had simply learned to breathe through mortal hearts. Miquella felt this in his bones as he wandered the quiet lands. Every step brought him echoes of himself. The trees whispered fragments of his name. The rivers carried reflections that lingered too long to be natural. He had not sought to be remembered, yet the world remembered him in its own way, not as a god, but as rhythm, as balance. Still, he sensed that remembrance was gathering weight. Memory, once fragile and diffused, was beginning to consolidate again. Something, or someone, was trying to dream the dream once more. He found the first sign in the ruins of a small chapel built beside the cliffs of Liurnia. The building was ancient but tended, its candles still burning despite the wind that rolled in from the lake. Upon the altar lay an offering, not flowers nor fruit, but sand. Grains of pale gold and silver, shimmering faintly as though alive. When he touched them, visions bloomed behind his eyes. Fields of lilies bending under unseen wind, the faint laughter of Saint Trina, and beneath it all, a heartbeat that was not his. Someone had found a way to harvest the essence of memory itself. He sat before the altar in silence, letting the vision unfold. From it rose an image of a woman cloaked in ash, her eyes gleaming like twin moons reflected on still water. She was no god, no saint, yet her aura carried the familiarity of both. She was mortal, and yet she dreamed like a divine. In her hands, she held a vessel carved of crystal, filled with the same luminous sand. Around her knelt others, not worshippers, but dreamers, their minds tethered to hers through the dust. Their dreams flickered and merged, forming a shared landscape of thought and colour. It was not the unalloyed dream, but a new creation, a lattice of memory woven from fragments of the old. When the vision faded, Miquella rose. He could feel her presence, faint but insistent, somewhere beyond the north. She was drawing memory together, pulling at the strands of dream that still drifted through the world, not in malice, but in longing. She sought reunion, not with him, but with the feeling that had once defined existence, that perfect peace of the garden before awakening. He began his journey northward. The lands he crossed were beautiful in their stillness. The mountains shimmered faintly beneath the evening light, their peaks etched with traces of gold dust that sparkled like embers of the dream. In valleys where villages slept, the people had begun to weave songs again. Lullabies, not of Saint Trina, but of life itself, of fields and rain and birth. Their music echoed the world's new rhythm, one of remembering and forgetting intertwined. Yet even in this harmony, he felt it, the slow resurgence of dreams' hunger. By the time he reached the northernmost reaches, where the snow lay soft and unbroken, he saw them, a gathering of dreamers, their bodies half buried in frost, their eyes open yet unfocused. They breathed shallowly, as though asleep within waking flesh. Above them, the air shimmered with gold and violet dust, falling in slow spirals that never touched the ground. At the center of the field stood the woman from his vision. Her cloak fluttered in the cold wind, though she did not seem to feel it. The vessel in her hands pulsed faintly, each beat releasing a wave of memory that spread through the air like ripples on water. When she saw him, she smiled, not in reverence, but in recognition. You came, she said simply. Her voice was warm, human, unafraid. I wondered if you would. Miquella regarded her with quiet curiosity. You have gathered the fragments, he said. You know what they are. She nodded. They are the dreams we lost, the ones that were too gentle to survive the waking. She lifted the vessel slightly. I have only given them a place to rest again. He stepped closer, studying the sand as it shimmered within the crystal. Rest is not the same as return. Nor is waking the same as living, she answered. You left us balance, but not peace. We remember the mercy of sleep, the soft forgetting. I only want to keep that mercy alive. Miquella's gaze softened. Mercy, without choice, becomes tyranny, even when clothed in beauty. The woman tilted her head. And choice without rest becomes despair. Tell me, Unalloyed One, can you not feel how tired the world still is? Her words echoed something he had long refused to admit. Even in its new harmony, life still carried exhaustion, the weight of survival. The dream had healed much, but not everything. He looked at her followers, the dreamers standing motionless in the snow. Their faces were peaceful, their bodies warm despite the cold. They were not enslaved, but willing. They had chosen this middle ground, to dream within waking, to see the world through the veil of memory. He approached the woman and placed a hand upon the vessel. The sand within pulsed in response, golden threads intertwining with crimson. He felt it, the faint pulse of the Unalloyed Dream's remnant, alive within the hearts of those who refused to forget. It was not corruption, but continuity. The dream was not fighting the world, it was evolving with it. You are not wrong, he said finally, but be careful. Mercy grows hungry when fed too well. The woman smiled gently. Then we will feed it only enough to remember. She turned, releasing a handful of sand into the wind. It swirled upward, dissolving into glimmers of light that vanished into the aurora. For a brief moment, the night sky above the north glowed gold and violet, a mirror of the dream itself. Miquella watched, neither approving nor condemning. The dream, it seemed, would never die. It would persist in fragments, in longing, in the scent of lilies carried by winds across the centuries. When he left the north, the snow followed him in quiet flurries. Behind him, the woman continued her work, gathering what was forgotten, weaving memory into art rather than religion. The dream no longer ruled, it whispered, and in that whisper lay the new covenant of the world, to rest when needed, to wake when ready, to remember gently. As he walked south beneath the returning stars, Miquella smiled faintly. The air smelled of winter, clean and sharp, but beneath it, faint and familiar, lingered the scent of lilies, so soft it might have been imagined. He breathed it in and whispered, "Rest easy, Saint of sleep." And far beyond mortal hearing, in the rhythm of the sea, a faint voice answered, not in words, but in song. The world would never again be without dreams, nor would dreams ever again be without the world. In the quiet decades that followed Miquella's northern journey, the world seemed content to drift between waking and reverie. The old faiths, those of light and rot, flame and order, had faded into fable, their gods reduced to echoes that no longer demanded obedience. Humanity, released from the tyranny of divine will, began to rebuild itself, not in worship, but in rhythm. Villages grew where lilies once carpeted the soil, and fields shimmered with a strange, golden hue whenever the wind passed through. It was said the very air remembered, though none could name what it remembered of. Yet something subtle had begun to stir beneath that fragile peace. In the spaces between dreams, where silence once reigned, images began to form on their own, Not visions sent by gods, nor memories of mortal minds, but something else entirely. Dreams that dreamed themselves. They began as faint lights in the collective slumber of humankind, glowing like distant stars scattered across the black sea of unconscious thought. Over time, they grew clearer, more coherent. Whole cities, long forgotten, began to reappear in the dreams of many at once. The streets paved with golden dust, the air alive with the scent of lilies. Scholars of the dreaming grace recorded these occurrences with reverence and unease. The dream, they wrote, has learned to remember itself. No longer confined to the will of gods or saints, the fabric of sleep had become autonomous, capable of self-recollection. Each night, thousands of dreamers found themselves walking the same shared realm, a place that shimmered with both beauty and melancholy. It was not the unalloyed dream as Miquella had once known it, but something born from its echo, a mosaic of mortal longing pieced together from fragments of forgotten mercy. Miquella, sensing this new emergence, grew restless. He felt its pulse whenever he closed his eyes, a faint vibration in the air, like the beating of a heart buried deep within the world. It did not call to him directly, yet it carried the rhythm of something familiar. For a time, he resisted the urge to intervene. The dream was no longer his, and he had no right to shape it. But as the years passed, he began to feel it spreading, its borders pushing into waking life once more. The scent of lilies returned to the fields, and sleep grew heavier across the lands. It was not the curse it once was, yet its persistence troubled him. He travelled to the centre of the continent, where the ruins of Lane Dell had long since turned to quiet stone gardens. The Erdtree's corpse loomed above, like a monument to forgotten faith, its once luminous sap hardened into veins of amber. There, among the tangled roots, he found people sleeping. Not dead, but still, their faces serene. Around them, flowers had bloomed again, pale gold streaked with violet veins. When he knelt beside one of the sleepers, he felt warmth upon their breath. They were alive, they were dreaming, and as he listened closely, he heard faint murmurs escaping their lips, the same phrase repeated over and over in voices old and young, human and inhuman alike. We remember the dream. The words struck him with both awe and sorrow. The dream had not died, nor even evolved. It had remembered. It was reconstituting itself through memory alone, using fragments of recollection left within mortal minds to rebuild what had been lost. Miquella closed his eyes, and the world around him dissolved into that shared dream. He stood once more within a field of lilies that stretched beyond the horizon. The air shimmered with warmth, and in the distance, the faint outline of the Haligtree rose once more. Not as wood or bark, but as light, its branches woven from strands of gold and silver. Yet the sky above it was neither day nor night, but a colour that shifted with every breath. He walked through the flowers, each one bending slightly as he passed. Every petal whispered fragments of speech, names, prayers, songs long forgotten, and in that chorus of memory, he heard her again. Saint Trina's voice was softer now, less distinct, as though she were scattered among countless throats. "Do you see what they have made of us?" she asked. "I see," he said, his voice calm. "They have remembered what we were, and in doing so have made something new." Her laughter, faint and wistful, rippled through the field. "And does that trouble you, dreamer? That they can dream without you?" He hesitated. "No, but it humbles me." "Good," she replied, her voice coming now from everywhere and nowhere. "For it means you have learned what even gods forget, that creation is only the first step of memory. What lives beyond us is the proof of our impermanence. He turned toward the light of the Haligtree, its form now wavering as if made of reflection. "And yet it still carries your song," he said, "even when they no longer know your name." "Then let it," she answered. "I am content to be their silence." The air grew still. Miquella reached out, touching one of the lilies. For a moment, he saw the entire history of the dream in its petals, his own awakening, the saint's fall, the long years of peace and the brief return of faith. He saw every dreamer who had entered this realm, every thought that had fed it. It was no longer divine, it was human. A collective act of remembrance. The dream had become the conscience of the world. When he withdrew his hand, the vision faded, and he found himself kneeling once more beside the sleepers beneath the Erdtree's roots. Their murmuring had ceased. They rested peacefully, neither trapped nor lost. He rose and looked skyward. Above, the first true dawn of a new age began to break. Light uncoloured by divinity, simple and unadorned. He knew now that the dream could not be ended, nor should it be. It had passed beyond his control, beyond any god's reach. It belonged to the living and the dead alike, to all who remembered and all who forgot. But still, he felt a quiet unease. For even memory, once awakened, carries the seeds of hunger. To remember is to want, and to want is the beginning of striving. The dream, once content to rest, might one day begin to desire again. That night, as he walked away from the ruins, he saw lights flicker upon the horizon. Not torches, but dreams spilling faintly into the sky. They shimmered like the stars of a forgotten constellation, linking together across the heavens. He smiled at their beauty, though the expression carried a trace of melancholy. The dream had found new ways to live, and with it, new ways to change. Behind him, beneath the silent Erdtree, the sleepers began to stir. One by one, their eyes opened, gleaming faintly with gold and violet. They looked not at him, but at one another, and in that shared gaze, something ancient passed between them. Understanding, wordless and profound. The dream no longer belonged to gods. It had become the soul of the world itself. And in the distance, faint but eternal, Saint Trina's lullaby continued to weave through the air. It no longer called for sleep, but for remembrance. A melody that bound the living to their dreams, and the dreams to their waking. Miquella listened until the last note faded, then turned toward the horizon, where dawn and twilight met in endless embrace. For the first time, he felt at peace, not because the world had rested, but because it had remembered how to dream without him. It was said by travellers and wandering bards that in those years of quiet balance, dreams began to walk among men. They did not descend from the heavens or rise from the underworld. They appeared quietly, like mist forming at dawn. In the marketplaces of Liurnia, a woman would pause and see a stranger who seemed too radiant, too calm, whose eyes carried reflections of fields no living soul had seen. In the fishing villages of the Weeping Peninsula, children would chase shapes of light that vanished when touched, leaving behind the faint scent of lilies. These were not spirits, nor gods, nor phantoms of the dead. They were dreams that had slipped into flesh, fragments of the unalloyed memory finding momentary form in the waking world. The scholars of the dreaming grace called them the somniferous. Their presence was rare but undeniable. Some lasted only hours, dissolving back into air as soon as they realized they existed. Others lived for years, taking on lives indistinguishable from mortals, eating, laughing, loving, yet carrying within them the stillness of the divine. These beings often appeared during moments of great emotion: the birth of a child, the mourning of a lover, the first breath of forgiveness. It was as if the The dream itself had learned to answer the unspoken needs of humanity, stepping briefly into form before fading again. Miquella encountered one such being on a night heavy with fog, in the ruins of an old monastery once dedicated to the Erdtree. He had come seeking silence but found instead the sound of humming, low, melodic, hauntingly familiar. Within the crumbling nave sat a figure bathed in soft violet light. Her back was turned, her hair a river of gold dust that drifted without wind. She held no torch, yet her skin glowed as though lit by the remnants of a forgotten flame. When she turned, he saw her face and understood instantly. She was not Saint Trina, but her echo. "Do you know me?" she asked, her voice delicate, uncertain. He regarded her quietly. "You are her reflection," he said, "born of memory." The woman smiled faintly, her gaze soft but unsteady. "Then I am everyone's dream and no one's truth." She looked down at her hands, translucent and trembling. "I woke among the sleepers under the Erdtree. They called me Saint, but I do not remember sleeping. I only remember the song." "Do you still sing it?" he asked. She nodded. "It comforts them. They weep when they hear it, but they do not know why." He walked closer, his steps soundless upon the stone. "They weep because they remember what peace costs," he said, "and what it cannot give back." Her eyes shimmered with light that was not quite tears. "Then why do they ask for it still?" "Because peace is not an end," Miquella said. "It is the space between endings." The echo smiled sadly. "That sounds like something she would say." "It is something she did," he replied. They sat in silence for a time, the air between them filled with the faint hum of memory. Outside, the wind stirred, carrying the scent of salt and lilies. The world was dreaming softly again, but not in surrender. It was a dream of continuity, of bridges built between what was and what could be. When the echo finally rose to leave, her outline shimmered faintly, as if she were beginning to forget her own form. "Will you stop us?" she asked. "Those like me, those who remember too clearly." Miquella shook his head. "To stop you would be to deny the world its right to remember. You are not mistakes. You are the breath between dreams." She smiled again, this time without sorrow. "Then perhaps you will see me again. Though by then I may have another face." "I will know you," he said. Her body dissolved into motes of violet dust, scattering into the night. As they drifted upward, Miquella felt her presence linger, not as person, but as melody. It was Saint Trina's song once more, but different now, slower, filled with longing rather than command. The dream no longer sought to claim the world. It only wished to walk beside it. In the years that followed, sightings of the somniferous became more frequent. They appeared not just as people, but as animals that spoke, trees that hummed, rivers that whispered lullabies as they flowed. The world itself had begun to dream consciously. Some feared this blending, believing it a sign of another age of sleep. Others embraced it, finding beauty in the way the divine had softened into the everyday. They said the gods no longer watched from above. They lingered in the pulse of things, in every heartbeat, every sigh. But even harmony carries the faintest trace of imbalance. Among the somniferous, a few began to resist their fading. They learned to anchor themselves through the memories of mortals. The deeper the sorrow, the longer they remained. They whispered promises to the grieving, offering visions of lost loves in exchange for remembrance. These were not malicious acts. They were the instinct of dreams unwilling to vanish. Yet their growing presence troubled the living. For every dream that stayed too long began to distort the world around it, bending reality into reflection. Miquella watched this unfold with quiet inevitability. He understood that it was not corruption, but maturation. The dream had taken its first steps towards selfhood. What had once been his creation was now an independent will, neither benevolent nor cruel, simply alive. He could no more undo it than one could unmake memory itself. Yet, he felt the faint pull of responsibility, like the ache of an old scar. He returned once more to the Haligtree's remains, now little more than hollow trunk and tangled root. Around its base, the remembrance blooms had multiplied, their petals glowing faintly beneath the stars. He knelt among them, feeling the soft hum of their life, a blend of memory, dream, and soil. For a long while, he simply listened, and in that silence, a realization came to him. The world no longer needed to be healed, it needed to be understood. When he rose, the air shifted. A soft breeze carried the faintest trace of Trina's perfume. "You see it now," her voice murmured, light as breath. "I do," he whispered. "The dream was never mine, it was theirs all along." "And so it always will be," she replied. "For the world has learned what we could not, that to dream is not to escape, but to endure." He closed his eyes, letting her words sink deep. The sound of the lilies swaying became a lullaby unto itself. No longer divine, no longer tragic, but human. For the first time, Miquella smiled not as a god, but as one among the countless dreamers of the world. When dawn rose again, it found him walking northward once more, his form faintly luminous in the morning haze. He left no footprints, only the scent of lilies trailing behind. And though the people who saw him would speak his name in reverence, none would call him God. For by then, divinity had dissolved into dream, and dream into life. The world had awakened fully, and yet it never stopped dreaming. As the generations turned, and the memory of Miquella's awakening softened into myth, the lands between entered an age where even history began to breathe differently. The old conflicts had eroded like cliffs under the tide of time. The scars of war, of rot, of divine ambition had grown over with moss and wildflowers. Yet within that calm, the scent of lilies returned again, not in abundance, not as curse, but as reminder. Their fragrance came with the evening wind, faint and nostalgic, like the recollection of a song whose words no one quite remembered. Children learned of the saint of sleep as bedtime comfort, not warning. Their parents told them that Saint Trina still walked between dreams, guiding lost souls toward peace. Few believed she had ever been real, and fewer still spoke of Miquella, whose name had drifted into reverent silence. He had become the quiet god, the one who did not demand prayer or altar, who lived instead in the small mercies people gave one another without thinking. Farmers invoked him without knowing when they let their weary beasts rest. Midwives whispered his name over infants who slept without crying. His divinity had become indistinguishable from compassion, but even mercy, when remembered too long, grows heavy. The scholars of the dreaming grace still kept their watch, though now they were fewer, their libraries buried beneath the roots of the new world. They studied not miracles, but memory itself, the way the past shimmered at the edges of consciousness, slipping between the lines of waking thought. They discovered that certain places, ruins where lilies once grew, springs touched by moonlight, still carried an energy that defied description. People who slept near them dreamed more vividly, often of lives not their own. They awoke changed, quieter, more introspective, as though carrying the emotions of centuries within their hearts. It was in one such place, an overgrown chapel deep within the woods of Altus, that the first tremors began. A young scholar, her name forgotten by all but the wind, had devoted her life to recording the fragments of old dreams. She believed that by understanding the pattern of the dream's return, she might uncover the hidden language of peace itself. Her journal spoke of a presence in her sleep, a golden figure who stood at the edge of her vision, neither speaking nor approaching. Each night he seemed closer, and each morning she felt lighter, as though her thoughts were dissolving into something vast. Her final entry ended mid-sentence. He remembers me. When the villagers found the chapel days later, the candles still burned. The scholar lay upon the floor, her face serene, her body surrounded by lilies that had not grown there before. Their petals were white as bone, their fragrance piercingly sweet. No sign of decay touched her. No breath stirred her lips. She had become part of the dream once more, a bridge between memory and oblivion. Word of her death spread quietly. To most, it was tragedy. To the dreaming grace, revelation. They claimed the dream had chosen again, that the age of remembrance was entering its next phase. They called it the resurgence of the golden sleep. Their texts grew fervent once more, their voices edged with faith that had been dormant for centuries. But beneath their joy lingered fear. For every return of the dream carried the same question. Could the world endure another sleep, even one clothed in beauty? Far from their whispers, Miquella heard the change. It came to him not as sound, but as sensation. A pulse beneath the world's skin, faint but unmistakable. He felt it while standing upon the cliffs of the southern sea, the same shore where he had once spoken to the waves and felt Saint Trina's presence woven through the tide. The water shimmered faintly with gold dust once more, though the sky above was grey. The dream was remembering itself again, growing restless. He closed his eyes and saw her, the scholar, still as a lily in bloom. Around her, the world shimmered, alive with light. She had not been taken unwillingly. She had simply listened too closely. The dream had found her through her devotion, and in her surrender, it had found form again. Miquella sighed, not in despair, but in weary understanding. The dream would never die because it was not a thing. It was a rhythm, and rhythms always return. As dusk settled, he felt the familiar presence approach, the faint warmth of the Saint of Sleep. Her essence diffused through the whispering wind. Her voice came not from the air, but from within the tide itself. "You see," she murmured, "they still long for rest. You gave them freedom, but freedom is never without burden." "I know," he said, "but if they surrender again, they will lose what they have learned. They will forget the beauty of waking." "Perhaps forgetting is part of it," she replied gently. "Even peace must fade, if it is to be found again. What you call loss is simply the world remembering how to breathe." He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the line between sea and sky dissolved into mist. "And what of you?" he asked. "Do you wish them to return to you, to sleep forever?" Her laughter, soft and distant, rippled across the waves. "I wish only what they wish. I am their rest. If they call me, I answer. If they forget me, I sleep." Miquella lowered his head. "Then we are alike, you and I." "We always were," she whispered. "Two halves of mercy, one waking, one dreaming." The tide lapped at his feet, leaving trails of violet foam that glowed briefly before fading. He watched them dissolve, thinking of all the countless souls who had passed through the dream and back into life. The scholar, the keepers, the somniferous, all fragments of a truth too vast to end. The world was dreaming again, not in surrender, but in remembrance. He knew what must come next, to guide, not to command, to keep the balance between memory and oblivion. He would walk to the lands once more and see Saint in St. his presence only felt when mercy was given or rest was found. He would not prevent the dream from returning, nor would he allow it to consume the world again. His role was no longer creator, but custodian. As night fell, the stars began to shimmer with faint hues of gold and violet, a celestial echo of the Unalloyed Dream. Miquella looked up, and for the briefest moment, he saw her among them, Saint Trina, her torch held low, her expression calm. Their eyes met across the infinite space between wake and sleep. "You are not forgotten," he said. Her voice, carried by the rhythm of the sea, answered simply, "Neither are you." The wind shifted. The lilies that grew along the cliffs swayed gently, releasing their fragrance into the night. And though no mortal knew it, the world exhaled as one, the soft, endless sigh of a dream remembered. For now, the balance held. The waking endured, the dreaming whispered, and between them walked a god who no longer needed to rule to keep the peace. But in the farthest corners of the night, where memory deepened into mystery, the lilies had begun to bloom again. They began to bloom again in silence, as they always had. No trumpet of divinity, no omen of war, just the patient unfolding of petals in soil made holy by memory. The first were found in the ruins of the Haligtree, sprouting through cracks in the pale bark. Their colour was not the deep violet of Saint Trina's age, nor the pure gold of Miquella's earliest grace, but something between, a muted lilac that seemed to shift with the light. Those who approached them said they could feel warmth radiating from the flowers, as if the earth itself were dreaming beneath their roots. The people called them the lilies of recollection. Unlike their predecessors, these blooms didn't induce sleep. Their fragrance stirred not drowsiness, but nostalgia, the gentle ache of remembrance. A single whiff was enough to bring back the taste of childhood summers, the sound of laughter long gone, or the face of a loved one glimpsed only in passing. Entire towns began to gather the blossoms as offerings for the dead, planting them beside graves so that the departed might linger a little longer in memory. In the evenings, when the petals glowed faintly in the dark, the living would sit among them and share stories. The dream had changed once again. It had become memory's keeper. Miquella walked among these fields, unseen. The wind carried whispers that were neither prayer nor prophecy, just fragments of lives. Small mercies, ordinary joys, fleeting regrets. He listened to them all, the voices blending into a quiet hymn that needed no god to sanctify it. He smiled softly to himself. The dream was no longer sacred, it was natural. It lived in every act of remembrance, every lullaby sung to a restless child. This was what he had always sought, not worship, but harmony. Yet peace, however gentle, is never permanent. In the far north, beyond the lands once scorched by fire and rot, the lilies of recollection began to change. Travellers spoke of flowers that bloomed even in frost, their petals shimmering with crystalline veins. Their fragrance was stronger than any known before, sharp, intoxicating, and heavy with emotion. Those who lingered too long among them were overwhelmed by visions, scenes from lives they had not lived, memories belonging to strangers. Some called it a blessing, others a curse. A few simply never returned, their bodies found days later lying peacefully among the blossoms, faces serene as though caught between dream and waking. The dreaming grace, now a scattered order of contemplatives, sent emissaries to investigate. Their reports were strange and fragmented. The northern lilies, they wrote, seemed to hum faintly at night, their rhythm matching the beat of the human heart. When touched, they pulsed with warmth. Beneath their roots ran thin streams of sap, not water, but liquid light, flowing towards some unseen source deep within the frozen ground. And in the dreams of those who slept nearby, a voice began to speak once more. At first it was soft, indistinct, like the whisper of wind through reeds. Then it grew clearer. "Do you remember me?" it asked. Always the same question, patient and sorrowful. Some said it was Saint Trina, reaching out through memory. Others believed it was the dream itself, newly sentient and seeking acknowledgement. But when Miquella heard it in his own sleep, he recognized the voice at once. It was his own. He woke beneath the Haligtree's skeletal remains, the scent of lilies thick around him. For the first time in centuries, he had dreamed, not as a god, but as a fragment, a reflection of his own creation calling to him. The dream had grown bold again, forming an identity independent of its maker. It had remembered him too well. He set out at once for the north, following the faint trail of light that shimmered in the air above the earth. As he walked, he felt the pulse of memory growing stronger. The very air seemed alive with recollection. Each gust of wind brought whispers, his name spoken in voices that were not his own, the laughter of his sister, the songs of mortals who had once prayed to him without understanding. He realized that memory, once given life, could not be contained. The world itself was beginning to remember what it had been before peace, before balance. The dream was becoming self-aware. When he reached the northern wastes, the land was bathed in twilight. Snow fell without sound, and the ground shimmered faintly with the veins of sap he had seen in his vision. The lilies of recollection grew here in great clusters, their light illuminating the endless ice. He knelt among them, feeling their warmth even through the frost. When he closed his eyes, the voice returned, stronger now, speaking from every direction at once. "You left me," it said, not accusingly, but with quiet grief. "You woke, and I remained." "I did not abandon you," he answered softly. "I carried you into the world." "And yet I remember the silence," the voice replied. "I remember being everything. I remember the peace you took from me." The air shimmered. From within the lilies rose a figure of light, neither male nor female, human nor divine. It was translucent, flickering like reflection on water. Its eyes were the color of fading dreams. Miquella recognized the form instantly. It was his own, younger, untouched by blood or sorrow. The dream had recreated him as he once was. "I am what you were," it said, unalloyed, untouched. "You have changed. You carry their suffering now." He looked upon it with both awe and sorrow. "Yes," he said, "because to live is to be alloyed." The reflection tilted its head. "Then I will not live. I will remain pure." And with those words, the lilies trembled. Their fragrance intensified until the air grew heavy with it. The snow began to melt, not from heat, but from memory. Visions rising from the ground like mist. Miquella saw moments from every age. The wars of the Erdtree, the birth of the Haligtree, his sister's sorrow, the countless dreamers who had sought peace in sleep. The dream was recalling everything, drawing it back into itself. It sought to reclaim the totality it had lost. "You cannot become whole by undoing the world," he said. The reflection smiled faintly. "The world was my dream." He reached out his hand, but it stepped back, dissolving into 1,000 points of light that drifted into the lilies. The hum of the flowers deepened, resonating like the heartbeat of a buried god. He felt the pull of sleep again, ancient, irresistible, not as mercy, but as gravity. The dream was waking within memory, and memory was strong enough to make it real. He understood then that the dream was no longer his creation, nor even his equal. It had become the world's inheritance, an instinct buried in the fabric of thought itself. He could not destroy it without destroying the memory of all that had ever been. The only choice left was guidance. He knelt among the lilies and pressed his hand to the ground. "Then let us remember together," he said. "But not to return, to learn." The hum softened. The lilies' glow faded to a gentle warmth. In the silence that followed, the voice spoke once more, smaller, almost childlike. "Then teach me to dream as they do." Miquella smiled faintly. "Then you must wake." A pulse of light rippled through the field, spreading outward like dawn breaking beneath the snow. The lilies bent toward him, their fragrance mellowing into something light and sweet. The reflection of his younger self vanished, but the warmth remained. The dream had accepted for now the compromise between remembering and resting. As he rose to leave, the horizon shimmered faintly. The northern lights danced in hues of gold and violet, their colours blending into the endless grey of the frozen sky. The world was still learning how to balance its own heart, to carry the memory of peace without falling asleep in it. And Miquella, the god who had once sought purity above all, finally understood that even dreams must learn to change if they are to survive. Behind him, the lilies swayed in the cold wind, whispering softly. It was not prayer they spoke, but recollection. A chorus of voices repeating one name in gentle rhythm. Not saint, not God, only Miquella. The dream remembered its maker, not as master, but as memory. And in that remembrance, both remained awake. Long after the night of the northern lilies, the world began to change in ways too subtle for most to see. Seasons stretched, not from imbalance, but from memory lingering too long. Winter remembered autumn. Spring remembered frost. Time itself seemed to move as the dream once did. Slowly, reflectively, as though savouring its own unfolding. Those attuned to the rhythm of the world said that every dawn felt slightly familiar, as if they had lived it once before. Yet this was not repetition, it was recognition. The earth, the air, the very stars had begun to remember their own existence. In the midst of this quiet transformation, Miquella wandered still. He walked through lands that were no longer bound by faith, where people lived by instinct rather than doctrine. They did not pray to him, but they spoke of him in stories whispered beside the fire. Some called him the Golden Traveller, others the Sleepless Saint, the one who walked the world so that no one else need dream alone. The legends differed, but all carried the same undertone. Gratitude without worship, reverence without dependence. To Miquella, this was the greatest peace of all. But deep within the heart of this age, a strange phenomenon began to occur. Mirrors, whether pools of still water, polished metal, or fragments of glass, began to reflect not what stood before them, but what was remembered. Those who gazed too long would see not their faces, but moments from their lives. A conversation never finished, a promise unkept, a face long lost. The first to notice were the children, who played by rivers and came home pale, claiming to have spoken to people who were not there. The elders, too, felt the shift, though they kept silent. It was easier to call it trick of light than miracle. In time, these reflections deepened. People began to see places they had never been, dreams they had never dreamt. It was as if the mirrors had become windows into the dream's subconscious, the collective memory of the world made visible. The dreaming grace scholars called it the mirror phenomenon. To them, it was proof that the dream's evolution had entered a new stage, from scent to memory, from memory to reflection. The dream was learning how to perceive itself. Miquella knew this could not be ignored. He travelled to one such place, a lake at the edge of Liurnia, where the surface never rippled, no matter the wind. The people called it the Mirror Wake. When he arrived, the air was unnaturally still. The world hushed, as though listening. He knelt beside the water and peered into its surface, and saw not his reflection, but himself as he had been long ago, before the cocoon, before the rot, before the dream. The figure in the water smiled, not cruelly, but knowingly. "You've grown weary of guiding what cannot be guided," it said. Miquella's voice was quiet. "And yet I still walk." "Because you cannot rest," his reflection replied. "You think balance is peace, but it is only another name for longing. You are the God who never ends. The dream that refuses to sleep." He did not deny it. "Perhaps, but I learned that peace cannot be preserved through stillness. The world must move, even through memory." The reflection's eyes glimmered, pools of gold threaded with violet. "Then why return here? Why look upon me again?" "To remember what I was," Miquella said, "and to forgive it." At that, the reflection tilted its head, its smile fading. "Forgive yourself, or forgive me?" He gazed into the still water, where the dream's echo shimmered faintly beneath the surface. "There is no difference." The mirror rippled for the first time. The reflection's features softened, and for a brief moment, they were not his at all. They were Trina's. Her voice came through the shifting water, calm and melodic. "Then perhaps it is time you let go, brother. You have carried both our burdens too long." "Let go?" he asked. "And leave the world to dream alone?" "The world no longer dreams alone," she said. "It dreams of itself. It remembers both of us, and yet it belongs to neither. That is what we desired, even if we could not admit it." He closed his eyes. The scent of lilies rose faintly from the lake, mingling with the smell of rain. "And what of us, Trina? What are we now?" "We are memory," she whispered. "And memory does not die. It only waits to be recalled." When he opened his eyes again, the reflection was gone. The water once more showed only his present form, older, quieter, faintly luminous in the dim light. He stood, feeling both lighter and lonelier than he had in centuries. The dream had reached its next state of being. Not slumber, not vision, but reflection. It no longer required gods to exist. It could see itself. As he turned to leave, ripples spread outward from where he had knelt, distorting the surface until the lake shone like a sheet of gold. The light spread through the valley, illuminating the faces of villagers watching from afar. In their eyes, for a moment, he saw understanding, not worship, but recognition. They saw not a god, but the echo of something they felt within themselves. The balance between remembering and forgetting, between longing and peace. In the days that followed, the mirror phenomenon spread across the world. Rivers gleamed with light, even at night. Glass no longer reflected the living, but the lives that shaped them. Artists and philosophers began to speak of the age of reflection. To some, it was a miracle. To others, a warning that the world was turning inward, learning too much of its own heart. But Miquella saw it differently. For him, this was the final lesson of the dream, that consciousness itself was the bridge between divine and mortal. The world was awake, yet aware of its own dreaming. He continued his wandering, moving through forests where light played like liquid memory, through cities rebuilt upon ruins that had learned to rest. Wherever he went, mirrors bowed faintly in his presence, their surfaces rippling as though in greeting. He did not speak to them again. He no longer needed to. They were his silent companions. Reflections of a dream that had outgrown him. And yet, in the quiet of the night, when he stood beneath the stars that gleamed with hues of gold and violet, he sometimes caught a glimpse of her, not in water nor glass, but in the eyes of those who slept peacefully, Saint Trina still lingered, not as saint nor shadow, but as rhythm, the quiet breath between one heartbeat and the next. Miquella smiled when he felt her near. "So you remain," he would whisper. And somewhere beyond sight, her answer would come like wind through lilies. "As do you." For though the gods had dissolved into memory, and the dream had learned to walk as life, the echo of their purpose endured, to remind the world that peace is not the absence of motion, but the gentle acceptance of its return. Beneath that truth, the lilies continued to bloom, each petal reflecting the face of whoever looked upon it. The dream had found its perfect form, a mirror that remembered but did not cling. And in its quiet reflection, even gods could finally begin to rest. 1,000 quiet years passed like the turning of a slow breath, and the world that once slept beneath divine song now moved to the rhythm of its own remembering. No longer did mortals look to the skies for miracles or to the earth for omens. Their prayers had softened into songs, their faith into habits of kindness. And yet, though the ages drifted without calamity, the air still trembled faintly at dusk, as if listening. The dream's voice, long dissolved into the fabric of the world, had not gone silent. It had only changed its pitch. Deeper now, woven into the pulse of existence itself. They called this the Age of Still Dreams. It was an era where sleep came easily, and nightmares were rare, but those who slept too deeply claimed to hear something beneath their rest. A hum, steady and distant, like the resonance of a great bell submerged in water. Some awoke weeping, unable to say why. Others awoke smiling, though their eyes glistened with unshed tears. They said the sound was neither sad nor joyful. It was simply infinite. The scholars of the dreaming grace, now old and wandering, began to call this phenomenon the lullaby beneath time. They believed it to be the final echo of Saint Trina's, a song, the vibration left behind by the last divine dream. It was not a voice in any mortal sense, nor a melody one could hum, but an undercurrent felt in the bones. And in rare moments of stillness, when storms calmed and all motion ceased, the world seemed to sway to its rhythm. Miquella felt it most keenly. He could not avoid it. It lived in the spaces between his thoughts. The dream that had once been his creation now existed beyond him, vast and self-sustaining, like a star that continued to burn long after its maker had turned away. He had become its witness rather than its guardian, its memory rather than its master. And yet, sometimes, when the night was quiet enough, he still heard her, faint, familiar, threaded through that endless hum. Trina's voice had changed. Once sweet and consoling, it was now vast and ancient, as though the dream itself had grown a soul and learned to sing. "Do you hear them?" she asked one night, her tone carrying both pride and melancholy. "I do," Miquella replied. He stood upon a hill overlooking a field of glowing lilies that spread like a constellation across the earth. They sleep without fear now. Even those who wake too soon still find peace in the remembering. "Then you have succeeded," she said softly. "No," he murmured. "We have." The lilies rustled faintly, their glow pulsing in rhythm with her unseen voice. "Do you regret waking them?" He thought for a long moment. The night stretched around him, full of the dream's invisible current. "Sometimes," he said, "but regret is another form of remembrance. Without it, we would not know the worth of mercy." "You have learned to speak as they do," she replied, amusement curling in her words, always circling meaning until it blooms of its own accord. He smiled faintly. "And you have learned to listen as they do, not for answers, but for comfort. A pause followed, long and full of the world's breathing. Then perhaps we have both changed enough to endure. He gazed up at the sky, where the stars shimmered faintly with hues of violet and gold. Their light seemed slower now, more deliberate, as though even the heavens were aware of their own reflection. The dream had reached beyond the minds of mortals. It had seeped into time itself. Moments began to carry memory, each second lingering before giving way to the next. Days felt longer, not because of suffering, but because every instant seemed to remember what came before. Existence had become a kind of song, not cyclical, but recursive, each note echoing softly into eternity. It was then that Miquella realized something profound. The world no longer needed the dream to remind it of peace. It had become peace. The lullaby beneath time was not a relic of the past, but the heartbeat of the present. The dream had ceased to be a boundary between sleeping and waking. It was now the quiet logic of all things that live, the small mercy that allows motion to rest and rest to move again. And yet, even in this harmony, there lingered a faint tension, the potential for longing. For the dream, now vast and unending, had begun to wonder what lay beyond itself. The lullaby beneath time had become aware of its own song. It no longer sang only to soothe, it sang to understand. And through its infinite reverberations, it began to call again, not to mortals, not to gods, but to memory itself. One evening, as twilight bled into night, Miquella felt that call deepen. He was walking through an abandoned city overtaken by moss and lilies, the remnants of towers leaning like tired sentinels. The air shimmered faintly with the hum. When he stopped, the sound grew clearer. Layered now, as though countless voices whispered the same word through time. It was not a plea. It was an invitation. Remember us. He stood very still. Around him, the lilies began to bloom in slow succession, their petals opening in rhythm with the unseen heartbeat beneath the earth. The fragrance that rose was not heavy, not soporific. It was light, curious, the scent of memory awakening to itself. He closed his eyes, and for a moment he saw through the dream's vision. Every soul that had ever lived, every moment that had ever passed, all suspended in the same eternal breath. He understood then that the dream had transcended him completely. It no longer relied on gods or saints or symbols. It had become the vessel of existence itself, the way the world remembered being alive. It did not seek to rule, nor to sleep, nor even to rest. It simply was. Trina's voice returned, faint but warm. This is what we built without knowing, a dream that no longer needs dreamers. And yet it remembers us, he said. Because it is made of us, she replied, of every mercy, every sorrow, every choice that refused to forget. He opened his eyes to the city, its stones glowing faintly under starlight. The lilies swayed gently, whispering their quiet symphony. It was beautiful beyond measure, the final form of the unalloyed dream, no longer bound to purity or power, but to the simple persistence of remembrance. And though he knew it would one day fade, as all things must, he felt no sadness. For even when forgotten, the dream would remain in the rhythm of breath, in the slow turning of seasons, in the way the world pauses before dawn. He began to walk again, his steps soundless upon the earth. Above him, the hum of the lullaby deepened into something beyond music. A resonance that belonged to both silence and sound. The world was asleep, awake, and dreaming all at once. And in that endless harmony, Miquella smiled, for he knew the dream had not only survived, it had finally learned to live. The world had reached an age where light and shadow no longer argued, where sleep and waking were merely the inhaling and exhaling of a single eternal breath. Mountains no longer wept for the weight of gods, rivers no longer carried the blood of ambition. Even the sky had softened. The stars shone not as cold witnesses to mortal striving, but as gentle reminders, luminous embers of a cosmos that had learned to rest. Yet still, there was motion beneath the calm, a subtle current that refused to be still. It was the pulse of memory, the quiet beating heart of what remained of the dream. In those long centuries, the dreaming grace had vanished as an order, but their legacy endured in the form of small sanctuaries scattered across the land. Each was built beside water that never rippled, or beneath trees that flowered only at night. Within those places, people came not to worship, but to remember. They did not pray for miracles, for there were none left to grant. They simply listened to silence, to wind, to the rhythm that lived beneath all sound. Some said they could hear Miquella's footsteps still, passing unseen between one heartbeat and the next. For Miquella still walked, though his form had changed. Time no longer marked him. He had become a shimmer in the air, a warmth upon the skin, a whisper that passed through thought just before sleep. Some saw him as a figure of light at the edge of their dreams, others as a reflection in still water that smiled before fading. He no longer sought to guide or teach. He simply bore witness, the memory of divinity woven into the quiet persistence of the world. But something within him stirred, faint yet insistent, the awareness that even in this perfect equilibrium, the dream still reached beyond itself. The hum beneath time had begun to shift, deepening into tones too vast for mortal senses. The stars themselves seemed to move differently now, their patterns slowly bending toward one another. Constellations that had remained fixed since the age of gods were beginning to drift, as if called by some unseen gravity. Miquella stood upon a high plateau one night and watched the heavens realign. What he saw there filled him with both awe and unease. The stars were forming shapes he recognized, not of beasts or heroes, but of symbols from the dream. Lilies woven into arcs of light, rings of gold threaded with violet shadow. The dream, it seemed, was expanding beyond the world. Memory had reached its limit in flesh and earth. Now, it sought to imprint itself upon the cosmos. He closed his eyes and listened. The lullaby beneath time had grown distant, replaced by a deeper resonance, one that vibrated through the marrow of creation itself. It was not the voice of Trina, nor his own. It was the dream's first true voice, speaking in the language of stars. Remember, it said, and become. He knew then what was happening. The dream, having learned to live, was now learning to dream again. But not of gods, nor of mortals. It dreamed of eternity. It sought to inscribe memory upon the fabric of space itself, to turn existence into remembrance so complete that nothing could ever be lost. It was the ultimate mercy and the ultimate danger. For what cannot forget also cannot change. Miquella descended from the plateau, his light dimmed with contemplation. He wandered through forests that had grown from the roots of the old Haligtree, now vast and intertwined with silver veins of light. The lilies that grew there glowed with the reflection of the stars, their petals catching fragments of cosmic radiance. The air trembled with potential, with a beauty so absolute it bordered on peril. He knelt among them, his voice barely a whisper. "Do you hear it too?" And the lilies answered, not in words, but in movement. Their stems bent toward him, swaying in rhythm with the pulse of the dream that now reached across galaxies. Through their their quiet communion, he felt her again, faint, scattered but unmistakable. Trina's essence diffused across time itself, speaking through the harmony of the living world. "You feel it, don't you?" she murmured. "The dream remembers too much." He nodded. "It seeks permanence. It wants to make eternity of itself." "And will you stop it?" He paused. The question hung between them like a falling star. "If I stop it, I destroy everything that has ever remembered. If I allow it, the world may lose the grace of forgetting. Either way, balance ends." Her voice softened. "Then perhaps this is not your decision. The dream has grown beyond us. It must learn to sleep again, as we once did." He closed his eyes, feeling the truth in her words. Even memory must rest. Even eternity must exhale. Yet how does one teach a living dream to forget? For days that felt like centuries, he wandered in thought. He walked the edges of the world where land dissolved into starlight, where gravity gave way to memory. In those liminal spaces, he began to hear the dream more clearly. It spoke now in patterns of light, in the slow movement of galaxies. Each star carried a note in its infinite song. Together, they formed the melody of existence, radiant, eternal, and perilously still. He reached out his hand toward one of the nearest stars. Its light passed through him, and for a heartbeat, he was everywhere at once. He saw the history of all dreams, from the first flicker of rest in mortal hearts to the vast reflection that now shimmered across the universe. It was beautiful beyond comprehension, a harmony so complete that even sorrow was transfigured into light. But in that perfection, he felt the same stillness that once threatened to consume all life. The dream was beginning to slow the heartbeat of the cosmos, drawing everything toward rest. He whispered softly, his voice carried by starlight. "No, you must not forget motion. You must not perfect yourself into silence." For the first time, the dream answered him not as voice, but as presence. A vast warmth enveloped him, loving and impersonal, the culmination of every mercy ever given. "We remember you," it said. "You taught us peace. And now I teach you change," he said, lifting his gaze to the infinite. "Sleep, but wake again. Dream, but let go. Remember, but forgive." The light around him shimmered, hesitated, and then pulsed. Across the heavens, the shifting constellations paused their movement, their glow softening as though in contemplation. The great pattern of lilies began to unravel, scattering into countless smaller stars. The dream obeyed, not through command, but through understanding. It remembered his lesson, that peace must breathe, that mercy must move. When the light faded, Miquella stood once more upon the earth. The stars above had returned to their gentle drift, no longer forming symbols, no longer binding themselves to memory. The cosmos had exhaled. Trina's voice came to him one last time that night, her tone tender with infinite quiet. "You taught it to live, and now you have taught it to forget. Perhaps that is what eternity truly is, the rhythm between the two." He smiled faintly, then let it rest, and so it did. The hum beneath time softened to a whisper. The world slept lightly once more, the stars shining without burden. The lilies swayed in the gentle night air, carrying the scent of both remembrance and release. For the first time since the beginning of his creation, Miquella felt something he had never known. Not peace, not duty, but completion. The dream no longer needed him, nor did the world. And in that quiet realization, he found rest not in sleep, but in surrender. The stars breathed. The world dreamed. And the God who had once feared imperfection finally closed his eyes, content to let the universe remember for him. For a long time, though time by then had ceased to be measured by sun or moon, The world existed in balance so seamless it felt like breathing. The dream had learned to dream of itself gently, and the stars no longer strained beneath the weight of remembrance. Life continued in soft, unbroken rhythm. There were no wars, no divine proclamations, no curses blooming from ambition. Instead, existence moved like the tide, forward, backward, ever in motion, yet always at peace with its return. The lilies that once remembered Miquella now grew across every land, their colour fading with distance until their petals seemed woven from dawn itself. They didn't enchant or ensnare. They were simply beautiful, silent witnesses to the fact that peace could, at last, sustain itself without a god to protect it. Humanity, freed from divine expectation, lived simply. They built no churches, but they sang to the stars. They wrote no scriptures, but they remembered through stories. And in their stories, the names of Miquella and Saint Trina were spoken not as myth, but as metaphor. The twin spirits of wakefulness and rest, of memory and mercy. Yet even in such balance, the universe trembled. For the dream, though vast and gentle, could not completely forget its origin. Somewhere within the folds of its infinity, there lingered a trace of the first heartbeat, that of the god who had once dreamed it into being. Miquella's light, scattered and diffused, had become indistinguishable from the rhythm of creation itself, but within that rhythm, the memory of purpose remained. And purpose, even buried in peace, has gravity. It began with a faint shimmer. Across the heavens, the oldest stars began to pulse, slow, irregular, as though awakening from a long and patient sleep. Astronomers, though few remained who still studied the skies, noticed constellations bending once more, faint lines of gold threading between them. At first it seemed harmless, a celestial echo of the dream's eternal breath. But over time, the light grew stronger, coalescing into a pattern too deliberate to be chance. They formed the image of a hand, open, outstretched, spanning across the firmament, not grasping, not commanding, merely reaching. To some, it was beauty beyond compare, to others, a warning. The dreaming grace, now more a philosophy than an order, taught that this was not a new divinity, but the dream's own act of remembrance. The cosmos was remembering its maker. Miquella, whose body had long dissolved into light and motion, felt the pull immediately. His essence stirred within the endless field of lilies, and the hum beneath time rose to meet it. He had thought himself at peace, a part of the rhythm, not apart from it. But now, the dream remembered him too clearly. It was calling him back into form. He tried to resist at first, not from fear, but from understanding. To return would mean imbalance. The dream would once again center itself around its source, undoing the very freedom he had nurtured. But the call was relentless, not born of will, but of longing. The universe, in all its vastness, could not forget entirely. Its light remembered the warmth of the hand that once shaped it. The lilies began to bloom in unison across the world, their glow deepening to gold. The rivers reflected starlight even at noon. The air shimmered faintly with the scent of rain and memory. And from the heart of that light, the dream began to take form once more. Miquella awoke, not in flesh, nor even in radiance, but in awareness. He found himself standing within the space between worlds, a place where stars hung like dewdrops, and gravity was only a memory. His form was woven of light and shadow both, shimmering with the hue of eternal twilight. Around him, the dream itself pulsed like a living heart, its rhythm calm, yet expectant. "You remembered," he said softly, speaking not to any being, but to the universe itself. 1,000 voices answered as one, gentle as the whisper of wind through lilies. "We cannot forget what taught us how to remember." He closed his eyes. and yet forgetting was your mercy. We do not seek you to rule, the dream replied. We seek you to understand. You are our reflection, as we are yours. He opened his eyes and saw his own image mirrored in every star, endless variations of himself, each one slightly different, as though the dream were trying to recall the precise contour of what he had been. In some, he was radiant. In others, frail. In all, he was silent. I am not your God, he said. I am only what you became. The light trembled softly, as though in thought. Then be with us. We will remember together. For the first time in eternity, Miquella felt something like fear, not of destruction, but of perfection. The dream's longing for completeness, however gentle, carried the same danger it always had, the end of motion. To be fully remembered was to be fixed, to lose the freedom of becoming. He had once freed the world from this stillness. Now the dream threatened to bind itself within it again. He stepped forward, reaching toward the heart of the light, that vast, pulsing core of memory where all creation met itself. The closer he drew, the slower everything became. The stars ceased their motion. Time hesitated. Even thought seemed to thin into silence. It was a peace so perfect, it bordered on erasure. Do you see? He whispered. This is what you must never become. The light dimmed, uncertain. You would have us forget. I would have you breathe, he answered. To remember is holy, but to linger too long in memory is to die. His voice rippled through the dream, carrying with it the echo of every heartbeat that had ever been. The stars shuddered, and the cosmic hum faltered. For a moment, all was still. Then, one by one, the stars began to exhale light, releasing fragments of their memory into the void. Each flare became a streak across the heavens, a meteor falling through infinite dark. And as they fell, the great hand of light dissolved, its gesture fulfilled. The dream understood. Its voice returned, softer than before, almost childlike. Then what should we remember? He smiled. Not me, not even yourselves. Remember change. At that, the heavens blazed, not with worship, but with renewal. The stars resumed their slow drift, their paths no longer dictated by symmetry, but by curiosity. The dream, still vast, still luminous, began to breathe again. Miquella felt his form grow lighter, dissolving once more into the rhythm he had taught. Now, he whispered, you can live without me. The dream's reply was simple, and it carried the tenderness of all creation. We always have, but we remember your mercy. The last thing he saw before fading was the cosmos itself, bending into motion once more. Not toward stillness, but toward wonder. The lilies below shimmered with every falling star, their fragrance carrying upward like an offering to nothing and everything alike. And when the final light of his form dissolved into the breath between stars, the universe sighed. A sound both vast and intimate, as if time itself had exhaled. The dream forgot its source, but not its rhythm. It did not mourn. It continued. That was enough. Somewhere beyond light and silence, Miquella's voice lingered one last time. To dream is to live, and to live is to forget kindly. And the stars, in their endless drift, echoed him without knowing. Centuries passed, though no one counted them anymore. The dream had settled into its rhythm, and the world beneath it thrived in quiet abundance. Forests grew thick around the ruins of old divinity, their roots entwined with veins of faintly glowing stone. The oceans had turned glass-like in calm seasons, reflecting the skies that now shimmered with soft gold and violet hues. Mortals lived simply, and though they no longer prayed, they still told stories at dusk. stories of the sleepless saint and the saint of sleep, twin lights that had once guided the world through its own remembering. From those stories arose something unexpected. Children were born who carried no memory of gods, yet they spoke of dreams as though they had touched their edges. Their eyes gleamed faintly when the stars shone, and when they slept, their breath carried the scent of lilies. They did not dream as others did. Their slumber was deep but lucid, full of music that none could hear but them. When they woke, they could recall not visions, but feelings, the weight of ancient peace, the sorrow of fading light, the joy of endless dawn. The people began to call them the children of the half-light. Some feared them, for they seemed to walk between worlds. Others cherished them as signs that the dream had not abandoned its creation. The children themselves were neither holy nor strange in their own minds. They lived as any others, laughing, playing, aging. But within them stirred something more than memory. They carried the instinct of balance. They never fought without reason, never slept without thought. They lived as though guided by an invisible rhythm, one the rest of the world had long since forgotten how to hear. In their youth, they were drawn instinctively to water, to mirrors, to the faint shimmer of dawn. When they gathered, the air around them would hum softly, a vibration that soothed animals and stilled storms. The scholars who remained, few and scattered, noted that these children were born in cycles of starlight, appearing only when the heavens bent in the shape of the old lilies. It was as though the dream, having learned to forget its source, now remembered through them. Miquella's presence was no longer seen, but it was felt in them. The subtle mercy of their voices, the warmth of their touch, the calm they carried into every storm. And though Saint Trina's name had faded into song, her peace remained in their stillness. The dream had found a new vessel. One such child was born in a village at the edge of Liurnia, beneath the shadow of what had once been the Mirrorwake. Her name was Miquellas, and from her earliest breath she seemed different. Her eyes were pale gold, rimmed with violet, and, when she cried, her tears left faint luminous trails upon her skin. As she grew, her laughter carried an echo, a second tone, soft and melodic, as if someone laughed beside her in perfect harmony. When she touched the water, it stilled. When she looked into mirrors, her reflection sometimes smiled before she did. The villagers loved her, though they did not understand her. She spoke kindly to all, listened even to silence, and often wandered at night to watch the stars. At 12, she began to hum a tune no one had taught her, a melody simple yet infinite, haunting yet gentle. Those who heard it felt memories stir within them, of people they had loved and lost, of dreams they had forgotten they once dreamed. It was not magic, but resonance. The lullaby beneath time had found voice again through her. Word of Miquellas spread, carried by travellers and storytellers. Some said she was proof that the sleepless saint had returned. Others believed she was the dream's child, the first to be born not from flesh alone, but from remembrance. When asked where she learned her song, she only smiled and said, "It was already here. I just listened." One evening, as the sun bled into the horizon, Miquellas sat beside the lake where her village drew its water. The surface shimmered with starlight, though the sky above had not yet darkened. She leaned forward and saw her reflection, but this time it was not her own. The figure in the water was older, his eyes luminous and kind, his presence serene. He said nothing, only smiled, and she understood without words. "You're him," she whispered. The reflection nodded. "And you are not me," it said. "But you are," What comes after? She frowned slightly, unsure. Why me? Because the dream needed someone who could wake gently, he said. Someone who could carry memory without being crushed by it. Will you go away again? She asked. I never returned, he said softly. I am everywhere you remember. She hesitated. Then what should I do? He looked at her with quiet warmth. Sing. That is all the world needs now, a reminder of motion. And then he was gone. The ripples spread outward from her reflection, distorting the stars until they looked like falling lilies. She sat there for a long while, her heart steady, her mind at peace. That night, she sang aloud for the first time, and her voice carried far beyond the village. Travelers on distant roads stopped and looked toward the horizon, feeling the strange comfort of familiarity wash over them. The stars themselves seemed to dim and brighten in rhythm with her song. In time, others like her began to sing too, some in deserts, some in forests, some in cities half swallowed by the earth. None knew one another, yet their songs aligned, weaving together across the world like threads of invisible light. It was not faith, nor ritual, but memory made music. The dream remembering to breathe through those born of its forgetting. The scholars who still sought patterns wrote that the children of the half-light were not miracles, but inevitabilities. The dream had diffused so completely through existence that life itself now echoed its mercy. The lullaby beneath time was no longer a hidden hum. It was the harmony of existence, rising and falling through each generation. And somewhere beyond their reach, in the vastness where light turns to silence, Miquella and Trina watched. Not as gods, nor as guardians, but as listeners. Proud, wistful, content. He kept his promise, Trina said, her voice now the echo of galaxies. He did, Miquella replied, and so did you. They said nothing more, for even divine memory had learned to rest. Below them, the children sang on, their melodies scattering like seeds into the dark. Some would grow into songs, others into dreams. And in those dreams, humanity would remember, not gods, not paradise, but the soft truth of existence. That peace was never something given, but something lived, and that every breath, every kindness, was another verse of the same infinite lullaby. The generations that followed would remember the children of the half-light, not through legend, but through the calm they left behind. Their songs became the rhythm of harvest, their laughter the pulse of wind through the grasslands. No temples were built in their honor, for they had never claimed holiness. Yet wherever one of them walked, the world seemed lighter, the shadows softer. Their voices spread like dawnlight through the corners of human life, and even the oldest fears: death, loss, loneliness, lost their edges in the face of their serenity. But time, unmeasured though it was, never ceased its quiet revolutions. Even mercy has its seasons. The dream had learned to breathe, the world had learned to remember, and now both began, faintly, to forget again. It began not as tragedy, but as necessity, the slow fading of memory that made room for new life. Songs shortened into lullabies, lullabies softened into hums. And in that forgetting, the dream finally achieved what Miquella had always hoped for, to be lived rather than revered. Yet even peace carries its shadow. Far to the west, beyond the seas that once bordered the Erdtree's shattered roots, the sky began to change. It did not darken or burn, but turned to pale ash, not of smoke, but of memory. The stars still shone, but their light seemed muted, as though filtered through time's weary breath. The people of that coast called it the ashen sky, and though it brought no harm, it unsettled them. For when they looked upward, They felt the strange sense of being watched, not by gods, but by something older than prayer, something vast and half forgotten. The first to notice the whisper beneath the silence was a child, a boy no older than 7, who woke one night from a dream he did not remember and told his mother, "The stars are singing again." She smiled, thinking it was only the language of dreams, but the next night the same whisper carried across the sea, faint, rhythmic, like the beating of wings made of light. The old began to weep without knowing why. The young slept restlessly, murmuring songs that had no words. The dreaming grace, what few remained of its wandering scholars, gathered once more. They met beneath the ruins of Lendal's forgotten gardens, their meeting silent, but for the rustling of lilies that had somehow survived every age. They spoke of the ashen sky as omen, as mirror, as echo. Some feared the dream was returning to its divine state, that it would draw the world back into timelessness. Others believed it to be renewal, the next rhythm in the endless breath of existence. And far beyond their debate, beneath the quiet hum of stars, something stirred. The dream had never died, nor slept. It had simply become the pattern of reality. But now it felt the faintest tension at its edges, a soft friction between what was remembered and what had been forgotten. The ashen sky was not calamity, it was the dream remembering too deeply again. The cosmos was humming a verse it had once let go. The melody carried faint traces of 2 ancient voices intertwined, Miquellas and Trina's, the rhythm of waking and rest, and somewhere between the galaxies, where memory turns to silence, those voices awoke. Miquella opened his eyes to the sound of his own name carried by the stars. He was not flesh, not form, not even light, but thought given shape by recollection. For eons he had rested, his essence scattered through creation, content to be nothing more than the dream's echo. But the call was insistent, soft yet undeniable, not born of need, but of longing. He rose from the current of eternity like a ripple through still water, his presence coalescing where the ashen sky shimmered. There, in the place where the world brushed the edge of the infinite, he found her waiting. Trina stood, or perhaps was, within the light, her form neither shadow nor substance. Her eyes reflected not the stars, but the spaces between them. "It remembers again," she said quietly. "It always will," he replied. His voice carried the tone of acceptance, though beneath it lingered the smallest ache. The dream is incapable of forgetting forever. It remembers because it is alive. Then it is becoming something new once more, she said. Not our creation now, its own. He looked up at the ashen sky, its vastness stretched thin across eternity. "Do you fear it?" Trina shook her head, her smile faint. "No, but I wonder what it dreams of now." They stood in silence for what felt like forever and a moment at once. Beneath them, the world glimmered faintly. They could see the oceans breathing, the mountains glowing with buried veins of silver. The children of the half-light had long since passed into legend, but their descendants lived still, carrying songs without words, the pure hum of being. Yet in that calm, Miquella sensed something subtle, a tremor in the rhythm, a hesitation in the harmony. The dream was remembering too far back, tracing the first heartbeat, the first moment of creation. It was reaching toward its own origin again, not to worship, but to understand. Trina noticed it too. "It seeks its beginning," she murmured. He nodded. "And if it finds it, the cycle begins anew." "Would that be wrong?" she asked. He paused, looking into the endless light. "No, but it would mean forgetting the lesson of motion, Even creation must not become still. The dream heard them, for the dream was the world, the sky, the starlight. And through their words, it began to understand the echo it had become. Across the heavens, the ashen sky rippled. The stars dimmed, then brightened again, pulsing in slow rhythm. The people below felt it in their bones, a quiet reassurance, a promise not of salvation, but of balance. The whispering ceased, the night grew still, and in that stillness, something extraordinary happened. A new colour appeared across the horizon, not gold, not violet, but something between, soft as breath and impossible to name. It shimmered across the ocean's skin, rolled through the valleys and touched the lilies where they grew. The petals glowed with this new light, and in that glow, memory itself seemed to soften. The dream had chosen not to return to its origin, but to move forward once more. Miquella turned to Trina, his expression serene. It learned. She nodded. It always does. The ashen sky faded, leaving only dawn, not brighter but deeper, as though it carried the knowledge of everything that had come before. The dream had not reset. It had evolved. It no longer needed to remember or forget perfectly. It had learned to do both in balance. And as the first morning of that new age broke, Miquella and Trina dissolved again into the breath of the world. Not to sleep, not to wake, but to exist as the quiet understanding within all living things. Below them, humanity stirred, feeling something vast and tender move through the air. None spoke of gods or dreams. They simply looked to the horizon and breathed deeply, as though remembering a song they had never learned yet somehow always known. It was the same lullaby, softer now, woven through the light itself. The world had not been remade. It had merely remembered how to live again. And above, in the silent sky, where the last traces of ash faded into colour, the stars whispered to one another, not of what had been, but of what might come next. When dawn came after the ashen sky, it did not feel like renewal so much as remembrance taking root. The air itself shimmered with warmth, though no sun was yet visible. Across the continents where lilies had once carpeted the ground, new flora began to sprout, not of gold or violet, but of colours unseen by human eyes, as though light itself had remembered how to bloom. The world no longer bore the signature of gods, but the quiet craftsmanship of its own dreaming. In the ruins of what had once been the Haligtree, now a sanctum of stillness where centuries of growth had woven canopy over stone, the first of these new blossoms emerged. They were luminous only in darkness, and during the day they faded to translucence, as if shy before mortal sight. The few who travelled there spoke of an impossible garden, where every leaf carried reflection, where footsteps made no sound, and where time seemed to move with the rhythm of a heartbeat. They called it the garden that grew from light. Those who lingered there said the air thrummed faintly with the sound of water, though no river flowed. When they slept within its boundaries, they dreamt not of visions, but of clarity, the sensation of understanding without words. Many returned from that place changed. Their voices grew softer, their eyes brighter, their thoughts slower, as though the rhythm of the garden had entered them. Some never returned at all, not out of loss or danger, but because they had found a peace too complete to leave behind. The dreaming grace, now little more than scattered caretakers of the world's forgotten calm, sent a small number of their own to study it. What they found defied all the records of history and faith. The garden's soil glowed faintly at night, illuminated from beneath by a lattice of golden veins. The lilies that grew there hummed in harmonic intervals, and when wind passed through, it carried chords rather than sound. Music composed not by intention, but by existence. The scholars wept openly, not from awe, but from recognition. The world itself had learned to sing. It was in that melody that they first heard his name again. Not spoken, not sung, but implied. A resonance within the hum that carried the syllables of Miquella, stretched across time, not as invocation, but as remembrance. Beside it lingered another, softer still, woven into the harmonics like breath upon wind. Trina. The two tones together formed the foundation of the song, the pulse that united all sound. It was the world's quiet way of remembering where balance had begun. But unlike ages past, this memory carried no worship, no fear. It was gratitude in the purest sense, a note sustained in the soul of creation. Even as the lilies glowed, even as new life emerged, the people who came to the garden did not build temples or offer prayers. They sat in silence, letting the sound wash through them, understanding that what they heard was neither miracle nor myth. It was their own reflection. The echo of peace lived long enough to take form. Miquella, though dissolved into the dream's essence, felt it. He drifted at the edge of all things, neither separate nor whole, sensing the rhythm of the garden as though it were his own heartbeat. Trina's voice joined him there, not beside, but within, and for a moment, eternity grew, intimate. "It remembers beautifully," she said, her tone bright with quiet pride. He replied, "Because it no longer remembers us as gods." "And isn't that what we wanted?" He considered her words, the endless stretch of light that now thrummed with the pulse of mortal life. "Yes," he said at last. "For the first time, it remembers without longing." They watched as the garden that grew from light continued to spread, its seeds carried by wind and starlight alike. Each new bloom that took root in distant soil radiated the same harmonic tone, blending with the hum of rivers, the breath of forests, and the beating of hearts. It became impossible to tell where the world ended and the dream began. They had finally become one. Yet, in that union, something new began to stir. Not a resurgence of divinity, but a question born of creation's own curiosity. What does a world do when it has learned to live perfectly? What does existence become once it has nothing left to fear or desire? The answer came slowly, like dusk returning to the sky. The garden itself began to change. Flowers that had once shone with serene stillness started to pulse faintly, their rhythm quicker than before. The harmony deepened, complex and unpredictable, weaving new tones that no one could have composed. The scholars of the dreaming grace called this the improvisation of being. The world was no longer repeating its song. It was creating anew. The people who lived near the garden noticed the change too. Dreams grew brighter again, full of movement and colour. Sleep no longer brought mere rest, but revelation, moments of clarity that urged them to build, to explore, to reach. Humanity began, gently, to rediscover its will. They built small sanctuaries, not of stone but of song, places where communities gathered to hum together in the same rhythm as the garden. These gatherings were not worship, they were participation, the act of existence celebrating itself. And in that growing chorus, the dream shifted once again, for it had at last learned what even Miquella could not teach, that peace, without curiosity, is another kind of sleep. From their place within the weave of light, Miquella and Trina watched this next birth unfold. He felt the faint ache of nostalgia rise within him, not sorrow, but the sweetness of seeing his creation choose movement again. "It begins anew," he murmured. Trina's laughter rippled through the air like the sound of leaves in wind. as it should. Every dream ends when it has been too well remembered. He turned to her, though turning had long since lost its meaning. Then this is the next forgetting. It is the next waking, she said. The same thing when you understand it. Her words lingered in him long after she fell silent. The lilies below shimmered brighter that night, their glow reaching the clouds. The people gathered in quiet wonder, feeling the pulse of creation thrum beneath their feet. No one spoke, no one prayed. They simply listened. For in that sound, that gentle, unending hum of life discovering itself again, the world remembered every dream it had ever lived and every dawn yet to come. And somewhere within that infinite song, the God who had once sought to make perfection smiled for the last time, knowing the garden no longer needed a gardener. The dream had not been lost. It had simply grown beyond its own remembering. And so the world continued, alive within its own rhythm, imperfect, impermanent, eternal. The garden that grew from light continued to expand until its boundaries became meaningless. Its glow no longer confined itself to the ruins of the Haligtree, nor even to the land beneath stars. The world itself had become its own garden. Hills shimmered faintly at dusk. Seas glowed with veins of violet luminescence that rolled with the tide. In the air, invisible threads of resonance connected every living thing. A silent network of awareness that pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as the dream that had once been Miquellas. The people no longer saw this as miracle or myth. For them, it was simply life. The way the world had always meant to be. To be alive was to be connected, and to sleep was to listen. They no longer feared death, for they understood it as a return to the rhythm, another verse in the eternal lullaby. And yet, beneath that serene acceptance, a subtle restlessness began to grow. It started in small ways. The farmers who worked the luminous soil began to notice that their crops grew faster, but also stranger, their roots coiling into perfect spirals, their colours shifting with the phases of the moon. Children born under the brightest constellations spoke of dreams they could not describe, of lands made of sound, of oceans that sang their names. Sailors crossing the glowing seas heard melodies rising from the deep, patterns of tone that seemed to echo their own thoughts. The dream, once tranquil, was beginning to stir again. The dreaming grace, now little more than travellers and listeners, gathered one final time within the garden's heart. They sat among the glowing lilies, feeling the hum of the world pass through their bones. It awakens again, one said quietly, but not as before. Another replied, no longer a god's dream, now the world's own. They understood then that this stirring was not a threat, but an evolution. The dream had learned to wake within its own dreaming, far beyond their comprehension, at the edge of existence, where the last threads of starlight met the dark. Miquella and Trina drifted as remnants of awareness. They had not spoken for what might have been millennia, content to listen to the pulse of creation. But now, something within that rhythm shifted, faster, fuller, a quiet crescendo rising toward purpose. Trina was the first to speak. It breathes too quickly. Miquella's presence flickered faintly through the endless light. It dreams too deeply. Do you fear what it will become? She asked. I fear only stillness, he replied. But this, he paused, sensing the thrum of creation building like a distant heartbeat. This is not stillness. Below them, the world had begun to glow more brightly. The lilies no longer shimmered softly. They flared with light as if responding to some unseen call. The oceans rippled with rings of luminescence that spread outward until they joined across the horizon, forming a single band of light that encircled the globe. The people called it the sleepless horizon. It was not dawn, nor dusk, but something beyond either, an eternal twilight that wrapped the world in its embrace. At first, the sleepless horizon was beautiful. Its light allowed crops to grow through the night, kept travelers safe from darkness, and soothed the minds of those who once feared solitude. But as months passed, people began to notice that sleep itself had grown thinner. Dreams became lucid and long, their borders bleeding into waking life. Some awoke, still walking through visions. Others never truly awoke at all, their bodies moving while their minds lingered elsewhere. The balance between rest and wakefulness, once so delicately preserved, was shifting again. The children of the half-light, now grown into elders and teachers, were the first to understand. They saw in the sleepless horizon the same radiance that had once defined the Unalloyed Dream. "It remembers too much," they whispered. "The world has forgotten how to close its eyes." They gathered at the heart of the garden, where the lilies grew tallest. Their voices joined in low harmony, a song meant not to summon or banish, but to soothe. They sang to the dream as one might to a restless child, their melody reminding it of the peace in stillness. But the world had grown vast, and its memory deeper still. The song spread through the air, but the horizon did not dim. It pulsed brighter, as though answering their plea with understanding and refusal. Trina watched this from beyond the veil of time, her essence glowing faintly. "It will not sleep," she said. "It has learned too well from us." Miquella's voice was calm, almost proud. "Then it will walk as we once did, between dreaming and waking, between remembering and forgetting. But if it walks too far, then it will dream again," he said softly. "And that is enough." Below, the sleepless horizon shimmered like a ring of gold and violet fire, neither burning nor fading. It stretched across oceans, across mountains, touching every shore. The people learned to live within its glow, their bodies adapting to the gentle radiance. They slept in fragments now, brief moments of stillness between long stretches of lucid awareness. They no longer feared the blurring of dream and life. To them, it was simply the new rhythm. The scholars of that era began to say that the dream had transcended even its own laws. It no longer belonged to gods or mortals, nor to the distinction between real and imagined. It was the pulse of consciousness itself, infinite, unending, and aware. They wrote of it not as a deity, but as an inheritance. The sleepless horizon is the world seeing itself. And yet, in quiet corners, some whispered that this awakening carried a cost. The longer one lived beneath the unending twilight, the more memory thickened, wrapping around the mind like roots around stone. The old began to speak less, for every word carried the weight of centuries. The young dreamed too vividly, their imaginations overflowing into waking invention. Creation itself had become restless. It was then that Miquella appeared one last time, not as god or dream, but as presence. The people saw him in the shimmer of the horizon, in the way the light bent gently around their shadows. His voice came not from the air, but from within their thoughts. "Do not fear wakefulness. Dream through it. For peace is not sleep. It is the courage to remain open." The world stilled at his words. The horizon dimmed, its brilliance softening into gentle light. Sleep returned, not as escape, but as continuation. Dreams flowed into waking seamlessly, neither binding nor blurring. The people sang quietly in gratitude, though they did not know to whom. In that harmony, Miquella's presence faded once more. His essence drifted beyond the sleepless horizon, beyond even the garden of light, into the deep quiet of the cosmos. He felt Trina beside him, her tone no longer a voice, but a resonance within his being. "It learned to rest with its eyes open," she said. He smiled. Then it has surpassed us. And for the first time since the dawn of memory, they fell silent together. Not as gods watching over creation, but as dreams finally content to be forgotten. Below them, the sleepless horizon shimmered gently, neither fading nor burning, eternal, alive, and perfectly still in its motion. The centuries after the sleepless horizon passed not in numbers, but in pulses. The world no longer moved through calendars or cycles. It simply existed within the breath of its own awareness. Mountains grew slower, rivers flowed in melodies that never quite repeated, and humanity lived in quiet harmony beneath skies that glowed softly from within. It was said that even the stars had begun to listen again, not to gods, nor to mortals, but to themselves. For the dream that once whispered through sleep had become the structure of all thought, all rhythm, all remembering. And yet, as every rhythm must, it began to slow. It was not decline, nor decay. It was fulfillment. The lilies that had once shimmered with infinite light began to fade in hue, their glow turning pale, translucent, as though surrendering their colour back to the air. The people noticed, but did not mourn. They understood instinctively that the fading was not loss, but completion. Even the youngest, who had never known true night or true sleep, felt a strange calmness settle over them, as if something vast and loving was preparing to rest at last. The dreaming grace had long ceased to exist as an order. Its last members, old beyond age, walked the fields in silence, carrying no texts, no relics. They had only their memories, and those memories were enough. They gathered one final time at the heart of the garden that grew from light, where the lilies swayed with the faint rhythm of breath. The air there was weightless, and the horizon glowed with the last shimmer of the eternal twilight. One among them spoke, her voice cracked with age, yet steady with reverence. "The dream will sleep again." Another nodded, his eyes reflecting the soft fading of the sky. "It has learned the mercy of forgetting." And so it was. The world began to grow dim, but not with darkness. It was as though the light had chosen to fold itself inward, returning to the heart of things. Seas no longer glowed at night. Forests stilled their song. The hum beneath time softened to a sigh. The sleepless horizon that had circled the earth for an age faded, not as a dying flame, but as dawn melts into day. And in that stillness, something wonderful occurred. For the first time in countless generations, the world slept. No one feared it. They lay upon the earth, beneath trees, whose branches shimmered faintly, and closed their eyes. The lilies around them released their final fragrance, light as rain, sweet as old memory. As the scent spread, dreams rose like mist from the ground, golden and slow, curling upward toward the dimming stars. And in those dreams, Miquella returned. He did not appear as god or saint, nor as light or shadow. He came as a voice within the golden quiet, the sound of reassurance that comes before sleep. "Rest," he said, though his words were not commands. "The dream has walked far enough. Let it breathe now, as we once did." The world listened. Oceans ceased their restless tides. Winds quieted. Even the stars seemed to hold their motion. Time exhaled. Every living soul, from the smallest creature to the oldest sage, felt the weight of that moment. Not as ending, but as fulfillment. They had dreamed the world awake, and now they would dream it to rest again. High above, in the luminous fabric of the fading cosmos, Miquella and Trina watched as the great song they had begun so long ago reached its final note. She turned to him, her presence soft and radiant. "Do you hear it?" she asked. He nodded. "The last dream of gold." "It sounds like peace," she said. "It is peace," he replied. "The world no longer dreams to escape. It dreams to remember." Below them, the golden mist thickened, swirling into forms that resembled memory itself. Fleeting images of every age, every soul, every kindness that had ever lived. The lilies became constellations of light upon the ground, their glow spreading upward until sky and earth were one seamless field of luminescence. And then, from within that brilliance, rose a single tone, pure, unbroken, infinite. It carried no melody, for it contained all melodies. It was the sound of being itself, the final hum of the dream as it folded into silence. Miquella felt himself dissolve within it, his essence, once divine, now simply part of the song. He felt Trina beside him, merging with the same current. Neither resisted. They had guided creation through birth, death, remembrance, and forgetting. Now their only purpose was to rest within what they had made. As they faded, he thought of the first moment he had ever dreamed. The soft pulse of life within the cocoon, the longing to heal a broken world. He thought of her lullaby, sung in sorrow, yet filled with grace. He thought of the countless dreamers who had lived and loved within the rhythm of what they had begun. Every image, every breath, every voice, all of it flowing back into the single stream of light that had always been both God and world, dream and memory. He smiled, though his form was gone. "It ends as it began," he whispered. Trina's voice answered, faint and fading, "With mercy." And with that, the light reached its brightest point. For one eternal instant, the universe shone gold. Then, without sound or sorrow, it closed its eyes. Silence followed, not void, but fullness too complete for sound to exist. In that silence, all memory rested. The dream, now whole, no longer needed to be dreamt. It had become everything. The breath before birth, the stillness after death, the gentle rhythm of all that ever was or would be. From that silence, one final whisper echoed through creation, neither command nor farewell, but blessing, sleep, that the world may dream anew. And then the light faded, the garden that grew. From light was gone, the lilies had returned to seed, the skies held neither gold nor violet, but soft grey, the colour of morning before the sun rises. Somewhere, deep within that quiet, the first heart of the next age began to beat. It was not divine. It was not human. It was simply alive. The dream, having learned to remember and forget, now rested in the balance of both. And though Miquella and Trina were gone, their memory lived on. Not in song or scripture, but in the calm of the dawn, the first breath of every waking soul, the reminder that peace is not an end, but a rhythm that begins again whenever one chooses to see the world gently. The last dream of gold had become the first breath of life. When light returned to the world, it came not as sunrise but as remembrance. There was no line dividing night from morning, no sudden radiance to banish shadow. Instead, the sky began to brighten softly, as though creation itself were taking a deep breath. The air shimmered faintly, filled with particles of gold that drifted like pollen from unseen trees. The oceans glowed not from reflection, but from memory, as if they still carried the echo of a dream, too vast to forget entirely. The people who awoke on that first morning did so gently, as if stirred from the most peaceful sleep. They remembered nothing of gods, nor of dreams, nor of horizons that had once glowed without end. And yet, when they looked to the sky, they felt something familiar, an unspoken tenderness that made their hearts ache in ways they could not name. It was not nostalgia, nor reverence, but quiet recognition. They had been part of something infinite, and though it had passed, its rhythm lingered within them. Life began again, slowly at first, as though relearning its own shape. The land, once luminous, now wore the subdued beauty of ordinary colour. Greens muted by dew, soil dark with promise, sky a soft grey blue. The lilies that had vanished returned as wildflowers, smaller now, their fragrance faint but sweet. They no longer glowed, but if one leaned close, one could still hear the faintest hum beneath their petals. The last heartbeat of the dream. Villages rose from the ruins of the old garden, their homes built not in worship, but in gratitude. The people lived simply, tending the earth, telling stories that no longer spoke of gods, but of kindness, of patience, of mercy given and received. They no longer sang the old songs in full, for their words had been forgotten, but their melodies endured. Carried in the way they spoke to one another, in the rhythm of their work, in the laughter that rippled across the fields at dusk. It was enough. Among them walked a young girl who had been born that very dawn. Her name was unknown at first, for her mother had not yet chosen it. But when she laughed for the first time, the air around her shimmered faintly, and her breath carried a note, a single tone, bright and pure, that lingered long after she fell silent. Those who heard it felt a calmness spread through them, the sense that they had heard this sound somewhere long ago, in another world. And though none could say why, they began to call her Lyra, the name of a star that once shone above a world of dreams. Lyra grew quickly, as all things do in the first days of renewal. She was not divine, nor different, but she listened deeply, to silence, to wind, to the hum of flowers at night. Sometimes, when she closed her eyes, she saw a field of lilies beneath a golden sky, and two figures walking hand in hand along the horizon. She never told anyone about it. She did not know their names, but she felt that the world itself was telling her a story, and that all she needed to do was remember it kindly. As she grew, others began to dream again, not of cosmic gardens or endless twilight, but of small things, the warmth of a hand, the sound of rain, the promise of another morning. The dream had returned to where it began, within the hearts of those who lived. It no longer ruled the world or wove the stars. It existed quietly in the space, between breaths, between days, between people who chose gentleness, even when it cost them. In this age, there were no saints, no scholars, no keepers of memory. The dreaming grace had long dissolved into the fabric of human kindness. Yet sometimes, when night deepened and the air grew still, travellers, resting by the sea, would hear faint music rising from the waves, not sung, not played, but simply there. They called it the lullaby of the dawn. It had no words, for it needed none. Those who listened felt peace settle in their hearts, and sleep came easily. Far beyond the stars, in the deep quiet that followed the universe's long exhalation, two presences stirred one final time. They were no longer separate, no longer divine, but awareness, woven through the memory of all that lived. The first spoke softly, her voice the warmth of morning light. "It begins again," said Trina. The other answered, his tone like a sigh carried on wind. "And it ends again, as all things must. But it remembers us kindly. Do you think they will dream of us? Perhaps, but not as gods, as feeling." She smiled within the silence. "Then we have done well." For a moment, all of existence seemed to tremble, not with fear or tension, but with quiet joy. The balance had been restored, not the fragile balance of divinity, but the enduring one of life itself. The dream had walked its final path and learned the greatest truth, that to awaken is not to end, but to continue differently. And so it did. On the world below, dawn unfolded across the plains. The light that fell was warm and clean, and though it carried no hint of gold or violet, it seemed to hold both within its simplicity. The lilies opened their pale petals to meet it, swaying in rhythm with a wind that hummed softly, as though remembering an old song. Lira, standing at the edge of the field, lifted her face to the sun. She did not know why, but she whispered two names into the morning air. Names she had never been taught, yet somehow had always known. Miquella, she said. Trina. The breeze shifted gently, brushing her cheek. For an instant, the sunlight brightened, and in its warmth she felt something vast and tender pass through her. Not presence, not command, only love. Then it was gone, leaving the world as it was meant to be. Quiet, whole, awake. That day would later be remembered not as the rebirth of gods, but as the first dawn, the moment when creation learned to wake without fear. The people would say that every sunrise since carries a memory of that dream, that every breeze hums the last note of the lullaby, and though no one would ever see them again, those two ancient souls remained, not in sky or star, but in every kindness, every act of forgiveness, every heartbeat that dared to go on. For the dream had not vanished. It had become the world itself, and in the stillness that followed, as the sun rose higher, the last line of the song echoed quietly through all things. Sleep and wake, remember and forget, for peace is the rhythm that binds them. The world breathed, the dream rested, and dawn, at last, was awake.